Greetings, Mr. Paul Rowe. Paul Rowe, how are you doing? First in line, first in the block. How are you doing tonight? Welcome to all. I'm Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we have some clear skies tonight. Astrophotography, how are you doing tonight? Thank you very much for coming in. I have stuff in my pockets. I do not want to be fiddling with things. Clips. So yes, how are you guys doing tonight? I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and tonight we are taking live images of items in outer space, and it's probably going to be heavily centered on the moon tonight. We'll see how things go. It's looking fairly clear up until possibly 1 in the morning, so we'll see how things go. Assuming you're east of me, waiting for clouds to get cleared. I am in the east of England. I'm in Essex County, and yeah, we have some clear skies forecast. It was originally forecast to be clear from about 5 o'clock till about 2 in the morning. It's changed a little bit. East of me, like I said, I might be getting a little bit of your clouds a little later on, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, I've already started an image because it is going to be blocked out by the trees in my back garden. However, it is going to be the main portion of the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. So we are already working on an image coming through. It's a 16-minute exposure. Guiding has been going really well, and I'm looking forward to seeing. I don't know if I actually imaged the Elephant's Trunk Nebula at this focal length yet. So, Paul Rowe, I am so amazing. I feel like I've won the lottery in a very cheerful mood that I could sing in the streets and dance on lampposts. Heavy on the sarcasm there, I guess. How are your shoulders feeling? You've started to recover a little bit there? Well, very glad to have you guys in here. We are. How long are we out? How much time do we have on our? Nope, still sore. Hence no Beat Saber last night. Oh, well, no, it was cool seeing the Zelda game. Was that through an emulator, or was that just playing through the Switch? I can't remember if I had an answer on there, but I've enjoyed all the. I think the last actually kind of Zelda game I played was probably Ocarina of Time, and maybe saw a bit of Breath of the Wild. It's the one that came last week. Also, it's really brand new. That is super duper brand new. Excellent. All right, we are moments away from the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. I don't know how it's going to turn out. I'm not sure. And why is my brightness so... That's weird. My main brightness has gone way down. There we go. All right. So yes, thank you guys for joining in. I'm Tom, the Astro Canuck. We are 15 seconds away from our first image of the evening, and I'm excited to see how this one's going to turn out. Maybe do a little stretching on there. The temperature on the sensor is still at 0 degrees. Usually I should get minus 10 degrees on my camera. However, I've neglected to fix the temperature, although it doesn't look like it's that much of an issue. Now we do have a full moon, so some of the images I'm trying to shoot almost as far opposite west of the moon right now. So I love the Zeldas. Got asked to play every single one in order, no speed running, debating. There's 40 of them. Oh, I bet you as long of a slog as that would probably be very fun. That loading was lightning fast. You connect a cable to your ASI Air? No, I'm just running the ASI Air through my laptop's Wi-Fi, and I'm connected to the internet with my Ethernet cable. The images are about 17 megabytes that come through off the ASI 533. So it's much quicker than how my DSLR used to download. They were about 32 megs. So the loading time was a little longer there. But let's see what kind of detail do we get out of here. This was a 16-minute exposure, so I'm expecting the stars maybe to be a little wobbly. Matt the Fluffy Gamer. Hey, just got here. I like stars. Hey, I like stars too. Let's look at them together, man. Good. Thank you for joining in with us. We are starting off things relatively quickly because I was not sure how much time I'd have before the tree got in the way in my back garden with this target. So I didn't know the ASIR could run from my laptops. I am running it through BlueStacks, and it's worked out really well for me so far. I used to try to mirror my tablet off of TeamViewer, but that started crashing way too much. So I wasn't having any of that, and I finally figured out a way to have this set up that I could actually use the ASI Air while I'm streaming and be connected to the internet. And it was basically, this is like the last ditch effort, was making sure I'm connected. I totally forgot about BlueStacks. It was just one of those things that clicked. I'm like, oh, let's try this out. So it's that BlueStacks emulator, and it's worked out really, really well for me. I've had like no problems with it. The connections have been nice and stable. There's been a couple of times it's done the auto reconnect, but I think that just might be my laptop. However, let's tweak this image up a little bit more. Now I got a gradient still kind of coming in from, there's street lights that are still on in my back garden. However, I'm liking that. I'm liking how that one turned out. So this is the Elephant's Trunk Nebula, and I'm trying to bring up my information on this at the moment. But we had a boatload of people coming into the observatory, and man, that is a long list. Was involved in a stream review on Gale Level with Gale Level and his on his channel there, just to see what people would say in general about things. And it wasn't. I noticed as he was doing stream reviews, he started talking about how everybody has pictures of galaxies on their stream's homepage. And I'm thinking, oh, here we go. Like, but everybody who did it before had nothing to do with space. It was just they like to have this starscape on there. So I'm thinking, okay. So yeah, immediately as soon as they took a look at my page, it was a quick, oh, galaxy. And I was like quick to chime in. Hang on a second. This is what I do. I am sharing the stars. I am sharing these images with you guys as quickly as possible. But let's zoom in a little bit on here. And that guiding has actually been really good tonight. I'm happy with that. Now I think it would have been a little smoother had I've been in with the temperature down to minus 10 degrees. So it was getting it was sitting at 0. So it's not too bad. My wallpaper on my PC is Windows logo, so too lazy to change it. Mine was always like that for the longest time, and then I think the first time I actually really changed anything on there was like maybe like a Deadpool, logo on there, or maybe even when I was a kid, it was more wrestling related. So we are on like the main portion of the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. Thanks, Astrobot. Okay, now I've put in a reminder on the Astrobot to see if I have my microphone on, and it is. And I've also added a channel point for those of you who want to make sure if anything sounds echoey and hollow, if I don't sound as good as possible, I now have a channel point reward on there. It's a cheap little one, just to pop up a reminder so I can see. Because too often I've forgotten to clip on my mic and it just sounds, well, it just doesn't sound as good as I want it to. But yes, the Elephant's Trunk Nebula, it's part of a open star cluster in Cepheus associated with a extremely large area of faint nebulosity. Now I don't have the Garnet star in here, which is a lovely red giant. Okay, Astrobot's taking the mickey now. So many times. Now the Elephant's Trunk Nebula, IC 1396A. No, I don't know why it's like it's all catching up. Wow, that is really taking the mic now. 3 times it's reminding me. Okay, I'm gonna turn that one off. I know the mic is working. We'll I'll get that sorted in just a second. Yeah, so as long as I sound like this and don't sound like this, you know, where it's not the best. Actually, it's getting echoey. Or if I sound like this for some reason, it's because I've forgotten to clip it on. Leeches, Leches 17. Thank you very much for joining the observatory. Welcome into our community. The mic is good. We are online. So we are looking at the Elephant's Trunk Nebula right now. And my audio is incredibly loud in my ear. Yes, thank you guys for joining us. So, hey, thanks for the bit. How are you doing tonight? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We have just completed a 60-minute exposure on the Elephant's Trunk Nebula, and it's about 3,000 light years from Earth. And in this area, there's a lot of stars forming in this section here. Hey, thank you very much. Now, is it Leches, Leeches, Leche, Leches? How are you doing tonight? Thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate that so much. Now this whole this little area is about let's see, it has very young stars. They're about less than 100,000 years old. And that's very, very young, astronomically speaking, for the stars in this area. So the nebulosity sprawls about 3 degrees across the sky, and it's difficult to see visually, but with the filter that we have, it is a tri-band filter. It's a narrow band version that's only going to pick up, we have the large electromagnetic spectrum that we can see, Roy G. Biv, and this is kind of only picking out the and the B part of that there. It cuts out a lot of the other light. We do have a full moon coming up here, so you can, it is nice and prominent there. It's lighting, everything is being lit up around the area. We have a nice shot of Mars. I might move over to Mars in a bit just to see how things go, but like I said, I'm trying to point the telescope maybe a little more away from the moon and try and get away. We'll go to the moon in a little bit as soon as it's up higher, but right now we're looking at this area of the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. Let me see. All right, we're down at minus 5 degrees. Let's drop that down to minus 10. So the camera that we're using is a ZWO ASI 533, and it is a square sensor. So we do have this, you know, the image comes out nice and square, and it is with an 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien design telescope, which is a smaller miniature version of the Hubble Space Telescope, and it consists of 2 mirrors. There's a large primary and a small secondary, and that just goes right into the camera. Less elements, better transmission of light. So generally this area is much, much larger, but I did want to focus on just a small little bit, because this is like the more interesting part to me of the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. Now, it's a much larger area in the night sky, and let me see if I can kind of get a shot of that there. It doesn't show it there, but of the night sky, this is the area where we're in the constellation of Cepheus. So the Elephant's Trunk Nebula, it kind of it spans a lot larger in the area there. That nebula looks like a tea stain on a photo. Yeah, when you get those the rings. So yeah, it's a interesting, very interesting part of the sky, because it's dark, it's visually, you can't really see it visually. So when you when people take when you get the photographs, there's nice reds from the hydrogen alpha in this area, and you know, it's a very, very large nebulous area. So it's generally you're going to use a wide field shot, or use a much shorter focal length, so you can get more of this nebula in the shot there. But again, it was just this little area that I wanted to focus in on there, because I thought it was going to be really interesting. And also there's a double star in this section. Now just a little ways away is the Garnet Star, which is a nice, like I said before, a nice bright red giant. Actually, it's not more double. There's about 3 stars in this area. Actually, no, it's there are 3 stars in here. There's you can see the diffraction spikes there. So you got one there, and another one there. These 2 are part of the double star system, I believe. Let me double check that there. I believe actually it's these 2 that are the double stars. Yes. So yeah, that is that. That is the Elephant's Trunk Nebula, and it was more the. Usually we were going to do 10-minute images on these objects, but usually for the first shot of the night, I do try to do a 16-minute exposure, because you know we're not waiting for it to come through. We have that image going, and we're just kind of talking about things. That's generally what kind of goes on. We'll ramble on about astronomy and you know, just astrophotography, any kind of questions that pop up. I'm happy to try to answer them, and you know, to the best of my knowledge. And if not, there's sometimes we get other people who are in the chat who have a little more experience in astrophotography or astronomy, and you know, it's fair game to answer a question there. And you know, if I'm incorrect, then you know, I'm not afraid to admit that, oops, I was wrong on that answer. So it's just more time to research and just gain a little more knowledge there. So because this is such a dark area, such a dim nebula in the night sky, you do want to take a lot more images to bring out the detail in there. So even doing like a 16-minute image, yes, we can kind of get that basic shape, but there's still a lot more detail in this area that we can really tease out there once we start taking longer exposures. Unfortunately for where I am right now, and even not even just geographic locations, is just for the sake of where my scope is positioned in my back garden, is that this tree is actually a little higher than what we're seeing there, is going to start impacting the shot. So we're not going to be able to get much more time on some of these areas. So I might move up to, go over to the Wizard Nebula. It's not too far away from the Elephant's Trunk Nebula, and it should just be available for enough time to do an exposure. And that was actually going to be our target for that we were going to process tonight, but the sky's cleared up, and I'm happy for that. Not that I don't mind doing image processing, but to me, it's more interesting to be taking images of the night sky and, you know, talking about them as they come through the camera. And there's always going to be different areas as the seasons turn of what's going to be available in the sky. As we kind of get into the winter, Orion, The Orion constellation is kind of the popular area of the night sky that has tons of targets available. And right now for me, it's still not up above the roof line because as you can see down on the scope there, this wall of part of my neighbor's house blocks my view up until probably close to about midnight, 1 in the morning is when Orion starts to really get above the roof line for me now. And maybe in about a couple weeks time, it'll be readily available earlier on in the evening there. But for now, we have tons of targets still available that we can shoot. The moon is coming up, so we're going to be on that for a little while, kind of touring the surfaces, the surface details of the moon, and just kind of generally hanging out and whatever kind of pops up there. And if the clouds roll in, maybe we'll switch over to the process of the Wizard Nebula, depending on what the time is. And you know, we play it by ear. I have a rough idea of what we always want to do, and then you know, it's a dynamic kind of system that we have here. So I just try and roll with it and just have a little fun there. So I'm going to pick our next target, which is going to be the Wizard Nebula. But first, I want to make sure I get a screenshot of this. So we always keep a record of what we capture. And whether it turns out nice or whether it doesn't, we just always like to see progress, see what's kind of changed. And not that I'm anticipating seeing any supernovae in, say, if we're shooting galaxies, but just to have a record of the what we've shot in the night there. So we're going to pick our next target, and that is the Wizard Nebula, which is NGC 7380. And I am using the ASI Air. It is a Raspberry Pi controlled computer, which is made by the company ZWO. And all my other cameras are ZWO products as well, because those are the only ones that talk to each other on there, excluding DSLRs. But the whole point of the astronomy dedicated cameras is that they're much more sensitive to light gathering, and the main camera can be cooled to sub-zero temperatures. The benefit of that is actually, if we before I slew over to our next target there. Now the Wizard Nebula is a little dim itself, however, it will show up in the camera there. So yes, with the ASI Air, in the cameras, you can just see how there is the noise that you know, when you are taking a long exposure of something at night, there is this graininess to it. Now this also happened because I didn't cool the camera low enough, so it did still kind of warm up. Although it was at 0 degrees Celsius, it was still going to be thermal noise is going to impact on things. So when we do the next picture, a lot of that noise is going to be eliminated, and it just gives you a better signal to noise ratio. So when you're processing your images and you're stretching them and, you know, pulling out those details, it's not going to be as noisy. So if I go to just the auto stretch, just to kind of bring out the bare details, if you reset this whole thing, you know, this is basically what you kind of get with an Astro image. You're only going to see like the brightest stars, and you're generally not going to see any details in the nebulosity. So when you do an auto stretch on here, it at least kind of brings those areas in on the histogram a little more. Two Central, how are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. How have you been? Good to see you back. We are just going through our first image of the evening right now, which was the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. And so when we start off with, again, image that comes directly out of the camera, not a lot to write home about. But when you do that little auto stretch and you just kind of bring in the sliders on the histogram, you start to bring out a little more detail. And there is still some noise that you can see. And if you start to stretch the image too much, then you're just amplifying the noise in the image there. So that's why when you're taking astro photos, you want to take a lot more photos. You want to have more integration time. So you're going to get rid of all this noise there, but just keep all the data. Yeah, this is fresh. This was the first shot of the night. It was a 16-minute exposure. And right now we're going to move on to our next target. So we got this one saved down. We're going over to the Wizard Nebula. Now we got the moon is full. We're at I think it's 98% of a full moon right now. So we have the full brunt of that shining in on things. So it's going to impact the photos a little bit there. And at this point, I would probably want to have maybe just a hydrogen alpha filter, and that's the only band of light that we're going to be collecting there, because then it's less impact on the image there, because the moonlight won't affect it as much. You might get a little bit of glare, but we're just going to basically get that pure hydrogen signal from those objects. And I think for the most part of what we kind of want to achieve, generally those are going to show up more red than they're going to show red in the camera. So there isn't any other signal, any other wavelength that's going to be coming through there. So it's going to be heavily on the red. Let me make sure I get this. Fix our guiding star here, because it seems to be unhappy. And yeah, we're not going to get like a color image coming through. Whereas with this one, at least we have a little more of the visible spectrum available with this filter kind of getting through into the blue end. So the camera can at least interpolate that data, and we'll get a little more color coming through there. So this is the just that quick exposure on the Wizard Nebula, and that should be all this area in here. So I'm going to start that exposure right now while I ramble on about everything else. And there we go. We are guiding. We're imaging. We're on the Wizard Nebula. This was going to be the processed image for tonight. However, like I said, the clouds have given way to some clear skies. So we're going to be imaging as long as possible. And usually it's going to be, it looks like it's probably going to be about midnight my time, Greenwich Mean Time, where things might start to get a little unhappy with the skies there. So what does the histogram in the upper left do? That is this area up here. This is my guiding chart. This lets me know where the telescope is moving in the, say this is the center there. This is in my right ascension, and then as the telescope on top moves the other way, that's the declination. So those two lines are letting me know just how much the mountain might be moving, in relation to what star we're looking at. And that will, so what that is, we're now zoomed in on the guiding camera. It's a smaller camera that's on top of the scope, and it follows one star. That's its only job for this entire scope and the camera, is to make sure that this one star stays in the exact position that we were on. So that if there's any movement with the scope, it's going to correct that. And you see with these little pulses, these little areas of when it has to do some correction there to make sure that everything is staying nice and straight, so that when we're doing these long exposures, we have nice round stars at the end. Otherwise, you kind of get you'll get movement either up or down in your image, and it just doesn't lead to a nicer image kind of coming through there. You generally want to expose as long as possible to to collect as much data in your image there. So for what we do, for the most part with the channel, is that we're doing 10-minute exposures, a little longer than I normally would, just for the sake of an airplane flying through or a satellite kind of coming through the image and just kind of mucking things up there. And we don't want satellites or airplanes through our image unless you're purposely doing that. You know, there have been a lot of people who have done images of the moon where they've tried to catch planes going in front, or when the International Space Station is lined up to pass in front of the moon, people will try to get those images, and those are really interesting because the International Space Station is only passing by the moon for I think it's about a third of a second. It's kind of going by there, so you got to get some real fast images coming through there. What would be the max exposure without the adjustments so you don't get any star movement? I think I could probably get about maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes maybe. But it also depends on your focal length. We're at 980 millimeters, which is, you know, really, you're getting into deep sky areas. So I can show you, this is our target that we're going to be shooting. It's not going to be as bright as this, but we're going to see some of those details there. But generally, this red box is our focal length at 960 millimeters. And the square sensor is our camera sensor there. So that's pretty deep field. So any movement is really going to be amplified with any errors in the mount there. And that generally comes with almost any mount. There's going to be some kind of little wobble that kind of happens there. And that comes down to balance and just how well maintained your gears are. And even just the type of mount. You know, I think with mine, it's a EQ6R Pro. It is gear and belt driven, whereas there's some that are they're kind of guided by magnets, and they're much smoother. So there isn't any any chance of like a gear, just a little jitter in there. So when you're at these focal lengths, guiding is important because you're not going to get that much time before anything kind of wiggles. Whereas if we're at this focal length with our smaller refractor telescope, it's a little more forgiving. I do like those ISS moonshots. That's some patience. There are apps out there that will tell you from your area when you're going to be able to see that happen there. So I haven't tried that myself yet, and I think it's something that's possible now, especially with the setup that we have. I think generally I would probably do it with the smaller camera and my guide scope even, to try and get that shot there, because it's a smaller sensor. It's going to read out quicker, so you can get a few frames of the ISS passing over there. So when we're at this focal length at about 250 millimeters, it's much more forgiving. You don't really have to worry too much about the guiding being great, because it's not going to be amplified as much. And if you're using, say, like a 25 millimeter focal length on your DSLR, guiding is generally not required. Well, let's say it's not. You want to be tracking the sky, but you don't need to be guiding on a star, because it's a nice wide field. It's very forgiving, and as your little star tracker is guiding along there, you're not going to pick up those tiny little jitters as much as possible there, or as often as it would happen. So yeah, that is what that's what our little graph up in the upper left is there. And then the one at the bottom is just our histogram that's going to just adjust the levels in the image, just so we can see, just kind of pull a little more detail in there. And really, when you're starting to stretch these images, you're really amplifying a lot of the noise in here. And we're probably not going to be able to see. I don't think we're going to be able to see any nebulosity in this, because it's a dim target that we're on for the Wizard Nebula, but it was only 5 seconds. And really, the 5 seconds is going to give us, we're going to see which stars we're looking at. Make sure that we're recognizing the patterns that are in there, and we're able to frame up our target. And I think looking at this, we might be Yeah, we're kind of off center. But I mean, I would want to have it more, because for the catalog, this is what's that center green area is what it's centered on. Whereas if I'm shooting this target, I would generally probably, I would adjust it a little bit for if we're doing like a proper image to be shooting there. I would just have it like that, move it over just a tiny bit there. And another thing that also happens with the Astro photos when you're doing those images is that you want to dither your images. That just is going to randomize the noise. So the camera will take a shot, move ever so slightly, do your next exposure, move so slightly in a random direction either every frame or every how many other frames you kind of choose for it to do that there. So you're gathering your signal image, but you're also moving it around enough that you're randomizing the noise pattern that would be on your camera. So that way when it stacks, it'll average out all that noise and you're left with a much smoother image, but it will stack to the stars. So yeah, that's the improving the signal to noise ratio. And that's just with your light frames. That's not including any of your subframes that are going to change any vignetting that you kind of get on the images, or any dust bunnies that might be on the scope or the camera sensor. But yeah, that's the kind of the quick rundown of why we stack our images there. Well, we are 30 seconds away from our image of the Wizard Nebula. We'll see how this one turns out. Like I said, sometimes, I mean, looking at the guiding of what happened with the first image there, it wasn't too bad overall. So I'm hoping that everything is going to be nice and stable, and really that total number has stayed really low. As long as generally, if you're at even if you're at 1 degree, you're all right. But I do like to keep an eye on things and see that it's going to be a little lower there. Right. So again, the image immediately out of the camera, rather unremarkable. It's not until we do that, at least that auto stretch, that we might see some details coming through. And this is an image that I'd want to chop that tree down for to get more time on this area, because I mean, even at with the full moon kind of washing over the front of the scope here, which is kind of, we're getting a little bit of this this God, I can't even find the word for this one. Arish, how you doing? Good to see you. Haze, thank you. This kind of haze coming over, because we just have that moon is just washing right across the bow of that of the camera there, and yeah, that's not what we want. However, it's a narrow band image, so filter, so we are getting these images coming through there. So let me just do a little bit of a histogram stretch on there. Unless we're purposely going for the moon, yes, the moon is terrible. Don't care for it. Although with a bit of a stretch on the histogram, kind of able to cut through a little bit there. That's not turned out too bad. I'd almost kind of drop this a little bit. But yeah, it's not too bad there. How do you know where to stretch the histogram to? I will, as we're looking at it, comparing it to how what you're looking at in Photoshop, let's say, is basically anything before here. There's absolutely no data. There's nothing. Nothing is really going to change beyond that there. Once you start getting into this area, you're starting to kind of clip away any of the darker areas of the image, and you're just kind of leaving like pure black essentially. But at least when we're doing it in here, I kind of go towards when all three lines are intersecting for the RGB, and just generally back that off a little bit there, so we can at least, you know, kind of cut out, just like move the blacks a little bit closer in there, so we're kind of eliminating that haze a little bit there. Hey Third Rock, how you doing? Can you linear fit in Photoshop? It's a good question. It's a good question, which I don't have the answer to. Generally, when I'm editing in Photoshop, you know, I am just bringing that the histogram up till where there isn't any data, and just kind of working from there to tease out the rest of the image. But I'm kind of almost countering this idea of imaging to the west, because that moon is just shooting right over top of the objective there. I found I had to linear fit all my data from my old ZWO 183 Pro. Did you now? I do notice I really can't do any major adjustments to the you know, to the levels until I get to a certain point in an image. But I don't know if that's just the camera or the way I'm stacking things, or what. So, yeah, getting the Wizard Nebula is actually too bad. I think the data I have from from the previous Wizard Nebula that we were going to process tonight was from the Skywatcher 72 ED refractor. So it was just a smaller telescope, but it gives us a much wider view. So there would be maybe possibly a little more nebulosity that stretches out beyond what we've shot in this image. So it's you know, instead of this focal length, we would this one. So the Wizard Nebula is going to be a little smaller in the image, but you just kind of get a little more context of where we're at right now. But for now, I mean, I like it. I like how it's turned out, and it's the moon. We could always do without the moon. However, we'll go over to the moon in a little bit, because that is going to be dominating the eastern area. That general area where we have a lot of information. Such a hard nebula, so much HA. By the way, it's also known as the golden snitch. Yes, I did notice that in there. I'm trying to see where the snitch part comes in, because I don't see it. Let's see how's that looking on the. Just trying to get as much detail coming through before we start really blowing out or amplifying that noise. But at least it does take a bit of a stretch to start bringing out that noise with the camera there. again, if this was my DSLR, would not be able to expose this long. B, there would be very little image to be seen throughout all the thermal noise that comes through there. So there's the small little write-up I have for NGC 7380. It's a bright, regular, little concentrated cluster of 45 fainter stars sprinkled around a prominent V. Right there. That V. Formed by the group's magnitude 8.5 to 9 members. The brightest star is located at the southwest edge of the V, and a double star is on its west edge. The cluster is surrounded by a Milky Way field rich in bright stars. Very faint wisps of nebulosity are embedded in the cluster, most obvious flying east of the V. So yeah, all this area here. And again, I got to check my data, see if it actually was. I think it was actually at this focal length for the Wizard Nebula. I'm going to check that right now while we're plotting what the next target is going to be. And I might, because I was thinking if almost no matter where I'm going to be shooting right now, if I could shoot to the west at a lower, closer to the horizon, the moon wouldn't be maybe as much, although I'd probably get reflection off rooftops or any other houses. However, it's that tree. It's that tree in the way. Yes, we need trees, but everybody else can have them in their garden, not mine. Right, so the Wizard Nebula is I'm thinking it might actually be at this focal length. It is. It actually is. No, I'm sorry. It's with this camera. It is with the new camera. However, it is with the at the wider focal length with the 72 ED. But well, we won't get like the really nice details that we're kind of seeing in here. It'll be it'll still be an interesting shot to see, because usually with the nebulas that have come out from the smaller refractor have kind of come out a little brighter, whereas with this scope we have a little bit of a slower focal ratio, so it's not collecting that light as efficiently as the other one would. However, it is a very interesting target to image there. Have you seen the HOO process versions? I've seen a lot of different images processed on them. What's one of the more interesting ones that you've seen there? So for those of you who are new to the channel and may not have joined our Discord, I'm going to spell Discord right. There you go. Thank you, Third Rock, for the HOO explanation there, because we are we'll shoot in with this channel, which is going to pick up the hydrogen and the oxygen 3 and the hydrogen beta, but usually sometimes the hydrogen beta is going to be a little weaker, so you just want to have the oxygen, and you're going to put that in the green and the blue channel, and you kind of get a little better color range of things there, because you're getting more details with that there. Tom, I'm still confused on how to class a good mount. I'm just confused generally. Well, what is your goal for things like that? I mean, I've used a an Alt-Az mount, and it was great for visual. Only good for a few targets for astrophotography because you can only get a few seconds before you start to get any movement. A Star Adventurer or a Sky Guider, any of those little tiny mounts are great for the wide field shots. I mean, the first kind of real mount that I've had is the EQ6R Pro, and that was basically on the advice of Astro Backyard, and with Trevor Jones talking about all the different mounts that he's used. I was originally looking at there were a few other ones, and it just kind of came down to budget and what I wanted to achieve, and I figured that the EQ6R was going to be kind of almost future-proof for me because I wasn't going to be using massive telescopes on there. I don't understand what's the color palettes there. HOO, SHO, NHO are assigned color plates with narrow bandpass filters, and those are going to be more achieved for doing those color palettes with generally using your monochrome cameras, because you're just going to be better able to separate out those channels. I don't understand what's the point of a mount like an HEQ6 over a Star Adventurer apart from the payload gain. The Star Adventurer, you're not going to get true guiding on that there. Whereas you can guide along the right ascension, but you won't be able to do any declination guiding on there. So yeah, it's when you're using like an HEQ6, at least then you're able to guide on both axes and kind of get a longer exposure going there. Okay, DYD, hey, you were on Gail's stream review. You did very well. I think you were his favorite. Thank you. I think it was funny that he did kind of shit on my galaxies because he doesn't seem to like galaxies until he realized what I did. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy for. Glad you joined the observatory as well. Okay. We have just shot the Wizard Nebula, and it's our second image of the night. We're just kind of touring the night sky while we do have a full moon, which is just beating right down on the security cam right now. But this is our second target of the night. I'm going to pick another one in a second here. But for those of you who have just joined in, thank you very much for coming into the stream. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And the popular answers to the three questions that are often asked: 8 inches, about the size of a soup can, and generally 3 to 5 hours. So the scope we're using is a 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien design scope. And we have a large primary mirror, a secondary mirror, and then it goes into the camera. The camera is an astronomy dedicated camera, generally about the size of a soup can. So it's fairly compact, and its sole purpose is to image the night sky. We'll stream anytime the skies are clear, and generally we're kind of doing this for about 3-5 hours, sometimes longer. We'll see how it goes. Isn't the Star Adventurer like a EQ? The Star Adventurer is a on it's a equatorial mount. It is polar aligned, but it's only moving along the right ascension. The declination doesn't do any movement other than the manual bits that we do. And that's it. There really, Third Rock says, there really isn't a right answer on mounts. Yes, there are some that are made lesser on purpose. As much as I hate to assign a price tag on mounts, the good ones tend to be a bit pricey. The reason I can't call them a good mount is the total payload they can carry will, while still effectively guiding, suiting all your imaging needs. Yeah, it's going to come down to some things like that. It's going to depend on what you want to do. And yeah, some of the mounts are going to be really pricey, and it just kind of comes down to the tech that you're using on there. Kevlar TTV, how you doing? Thank you for joining the observatory. Welcome to our community. We are currently imaging as much of the night sky as we can while the full moon is beating down right across the bow of the scope there. Mr. Richard, 24, how are you? You bought an ASI 533 yesterday. Yes! Yes! Good purchase. Excellent. I love this camera so much. And 2 weeks, oh, that's a long time to be waiting. However, that is it's going to be worth the wait. You know, it's I try to illustrate as well as much as this camera can do on this on the channel. You know, we are using a narrowband filter with this, and it's designed for the one-shot color cameras, and I think it's worked out pretty well. I mean, I have my glow, and that's just the thing, the street lights in the area. Yes, it is a good club to be a part of with this ASI 533. I was always, like I said before, I was very hesitant on getting this, but after, you know, what you see how excited I've been getting over these images, and you know, it probably could have happened with almost any other camera moving from a DSLR, but just what it's done has been incredible there. Kevlar, I'm good, thanks. Excellent, good to hear that. Pretty bleak here in the UK lately. Yes, two new scopes. Two new scopes haven't been out yet. Frustrating. Yes, I'm in Essex. I'm in the east of England myself, and there have been odd times when we have had some clear skies, but generally it does feel like you know, the weather can turn on us, and if the skies are cloudy, so many people are buying astrophotography gear. It just seems that they bring out the clouds, and it's mildly unfortunate right now that we have a full moon in a nice clear sky. Excuse me, it's back ordered, was on a Black Friday sale. All right, was that direct from ZWO, or is it from another retailer there? Can you tell me what Betelgeuse is? Is it like a dwarf star or a normal star? Betelgeuse is a very large red giant. If you were to put it in the position of our sun, it would reach probably to about Jupiter's orbit. It's much larger than our sun. It's about 600 and some odd, it's about 600-ish light years away. New measurements are putting it maybe a little closer, but it's a very large star, and it's one of the candidates to go supernova soon. Astronomically speaking, it could be anywhere from now, or 600 years from now, or next week, or 100,000 years from now. It's yeah, it's one of the brighter stars in Orion, and it is kind of coming up on the horizon very shortly there. Depending on the moon, maybe we'll try to get a shot. What duo or tri or quad band filter do you use and recommend? I'm using the Altair Astro tri-band one-shot color filter, and that is picking up the just the HA, O3, and H beta, and for the most part it's worked out pretty well. I think the only complaint I'm going to have about this camera is that you get this coma, this halo around some of the brighter stars. I don't generally see it with my broadband filter. However, with the broadband filter, we're not going to be getting these kind of details coming through. I would say for what I'm doing, it's I think using I'm in a Bortle 5 area, so the tri-band filter is a better option than a quad band. Quad band is if you're in a lower light pollution area, so you're not going to get as much interference there with the lights. That's what I was kind of recommended as well from that was actually from Ian at Altair Astro. So this has worked out pretty well. The broadband filter works out great when there's no moon at all, because that's definitely going to be a bigger impact. But I mean, something like this, if I was to use a broadband filter with this camera on this target, we wouldn't see as much detail kind of coming through there. So it is, it works out, the filter I'm using works out really well with this camera overall. There are other targets, the brighter ones, that are going to look much nicer through there. So of which I'm going to move, we're going to kind of stay in this, generally in this area of Cepheus and Cassiopeia, just because we're not going to be shooting directly at the moon in a moment there. Okay, you're in the UK too. Perfect. A lot of people from the UK. We generally have, like, it's a wide audience that we kind of already accumulated with everyone on here. You know, I have family back in Canada. I am Canadian. I'm originally from Toronto, or Toronto, depending on how you're going to want to pronounce it there. Hey, thank you very much. Hey, I appreciate the gifted sub there. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Jump in the queue on questions here. I appreciate that very much. And well, there you go. That's also kind of opened up a. Here's my little thing. This is the. This is my sub counter. This is just a little fun thing I've added in there, and it's my it's me. It's my little, my mini me. So as long as the subs keep going, I don't get sucked into a black hole. That's just the that was the extra little thing I've added to the channel there. Once I cross the event horizon, the subtrain ends, and we just gotta wait for that to start up again. But appreciate that. Okay, is it okay? DYD okayed? Am I saying it right? Am I giving you the right name? But I appreciate the sub so much there. We are four away from our next sub goal, which is going to be unlocking a next emote. So we'll I got a couple more planned that we'll throw in there, but in the meantime, subbing isn't totally necessary for this channel. I mean, I appreciate it so much. I thank you guys for the support. Any money that does come in goes towards astrophotography gear, just to do what I can to bring you guys more images of the night sky, improve the images that we're seeing. So yeah, that's the whole point of this. My goal ultimately is just to share the night sky with you guys as much as possible. So let me go back to the chat here a little bit more, because a lot of messages have kind of popped through while I'm rambling on. Should have known from the accent you were from Essex. It's a very offshoot of Essex. I mean, there's an Essex in Ontario, in Canada. Yeah, not the one there. Ordered direct from ZWO for the 533. Perfect. I'm looking forward to the images that you're going to be able to get there. So yes, Betelgeuse being 660 light years away, and I'll try to see if we can image Betelgeuse, but it's going to be hard with the moon kind of beating right down into the tube of the scope there. What made you move from Canada? It was just a chance to work abroad and see how things went. And you know, with me and Mrs. Canuck, our living situation kind of changed a bit while we were here, and we've been living here for 10 years now. So it's one of those things that kind of happens with life. You don't know how things are going to go, and it started off as a small adventure, and I'm a dual citizen now. I'm a dual national. I'm Canadian and British now. I bet you don't miss the light pollution from Toronto. No, that is like borderline plus. I think it'd be interesting to do some imaging in the city there. I mean, with OPT, with what Dustin did in New York, I think that's a testament to what the filters can do for cutting out any of that light pollution. New ASI Air autofocus is a nice addition. Just need to add PEC training on the guide side now. I haven't tried out the new ASI Air. I am using the original, and it was just one of those. It was, I bought it, and basically the next week I saw teasers for the Pro, and I'm thinking, oh. And after how I've seen with the ASI Air Pro, and just the kind of the Wi-Fi issues, that's I'm not too fussed about that right now. I mean, there's a couple other bits on there that I'd be happy to use, but the original ASI Air has served me really well, and it's working easily on this there. So you're already getting sucked into a black hole. The black hole of astrophotography. Yes, every purchase that I make that is not astrophotography related is weighed heavily against, should I get that? Is that going to be, can that go towards this bit of kit, you know? So, you know, we don't need underpants that much, do we? No, we want a dew heater system. We want a filter wheel. We want another filter. We want just a hydrogen alpha 3 nanometer filter. That's what we want. You don't need underpants. Do you use the ASI Air? Yes, I'm using the ASI Air right now. So that is, it's being controlled through my laptop. If you have a bunch of questions, line them up and fire away. Happy to answer the questions as much as possible. And Third Rock has some great insight as well. So if I'm rambling on about something else, and Third Rock can take those questions as well, totally fine. I appreciate that very much. So I'm going to pick Britnadian. I like Havering Essex and Essex. But yeah, ask away as many questions as you guys have. If I don't know the answer, somebody else might, or I'll take the time to research it, and we'll kind of jump back to that in another stream there. Yeah, there's a London Essex and an outside of London Essex, like Havering Essex and Essex Britnadian. Yes, Toronto is its portal is over 9,000. Oh boy. So man, there's questions. I appreciate it. I love it. I love it. All right, I'm going to, how did you get into astrophotography? I will answer that in a short second, because I'm going to pick our next target, so that we don't kind of miss out on something here. And maybe I might let's go over to, like I said, we're going to keep it in Cassiopeia, and where are we at? We're going to go over to the Pac-Man Nebula, because that's going to be, well, I mean, we'll see how that looks through the camera there. That is NGC 281, and that's not Messier 281. That's NGC 281. So yeah, with the ASI Air, jump back a question and a half there from Mr. Richard on the ASI Air, and then I will get into my astrophotography journey. So I'm using the ASI Air with BlueStacks. It's just that Android emulator that works on your PC, and connected through the Wi-Fi. And it's worked out really well. It's you know, I have a tablet that I use it on if I'm not, you know, if I'm not doing the stream, and I'll work on it from there. But it works out really well, actually, overall, because I think the only thing I would say for the downside of using the BlueStacks on here is I can't do the pinch with the mouse. I have to kind of like click and double drag, and it doesn't always work. So at least I'll use the trackpad on the laptop there to do our zooming in on images there. So let me make sure that we have that saved. We save the screenshot on there, and we'll download it to the app. So we have our FITS file of the image, of which I'm still working on the Discord to kind of get that set up so that we can have images available that we've shot, and those who are subscribed will have access to some of the raw data, so you can kind of process your images yourself there. So NGC 281 Pac-Man Nebula. The scope isn't moving oh, okay, we'll see how this we're shooting straight up towards the zenith right now, and generally that's going to be a better way to when you shoot your images, that you're shooting straight up, because you're going to have less impact on the atmosphere there. The atmosphere is going to have less impact on your images, and you'll see when we kind of go over to the moon in a bit that the atmosphere is it's moving, it's constantly in motion, so it's going to kind of wobble and distort your images as you're trying to shoot them there. So, but when you're shooting straight up, the atmosphere is it's dispersed essentially. You're shooting through a much thinner layer of the atmosphere. So that's when you're going to get better images, better guiding, essentially. So you're generally happier with the images that come out there. So we are on the Pac-Man Nebula. I love this nebula, and I have shot this many times before, and I love how it comes through on the camera. It can be a little faint, however, with the camera and the scope, we're kind of getting some more details coming through there. And yeah, we're shooting 10 minutes on the Pac-Man Nebula. And that's that one right there. So we'll see this come through in about 10 minutes there. So let me jump back into the chat, because there's been some activity, and I don't want to miss things. I enjoy the conversations with you guys. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, I do thank you guys for coming in, for joining the observatory, for all the subs, all the bits that have come in. Every little bit of participation is incredibly appreciated, because I didn't know how things were kind of going to go with this. You know, I mean, I love astronomy, and I'll bang on about this to anyone. You know, I'm happy to talk about this, and it's great to have this little community building up there where we're getting these questions coming through. And just, you know, this is also my way of kind of solidifying and, you know, and embedding the knowledge in my own head, you know, is to repeat it back and just kind of get into a situation where I have to recall the information. Otherwise, it just kind of stays stale and it fizzles out there. So, okayed. How did I get into astrophotography? It started out, generally I would just kind of sit there with my phone sometimes and actually take just some wide field shots of the night sky. Nothing major. It was like there was some meteor showers that were expected. And really I only got into astrophotography when I moved to the UK, because the area that I was in Canada was extremely light polluted. Where to the point where I just thought the Orion constellation was just 5 stars, rather than, you know, this larger structure in the, or this larger composition of stars in the night sky. So coming in here into this this lower light pollution area is opened up the night sky a lot more to me. And I started off just taking some images with my camera, with my phone, trying to catch the Orionid meteor shower, to no luck. And I eventually I went down to a star party to see some with the local astronomy club, and was just kind of looking through the scopes. There's a bunch of them all set up, and it was great to talk with people about what they did and how what objects they're looking at, what's available. And I looked at the moon, and I just kind of pulled out the phone and held it up to the eyepiece, and got a fairly decent shot of it, and I was really happy with it. And I kind of played with that data a lot and just tried to pull out any details and just kind of adjust the contrast, and it was all right. It wasn't too bad for a mobile phone pic. You know, it's a quick snap. But essentially, from that moment, I was hooked on astrophotography. I wanted to share this with as many people as possible. It's for me, visual astronomy. It's nice, but it also feels selfish that I want to be able to take these images and have more people see them. You know, because there's infinite amount of interesting stuff out there. You know, so from what started as just a quick shot from a phone, you know, has blossomed into this crazy lifestyle of staying up all night and taking images of the night sky, and you know, sitting out there in the dark, often alone. But now I have you guys, and we're here doing this together. So that's a little long and short of how things went. The progression, I'll get into that a bit of how we got here. So Third Rock has been in considering buying a Chroma 3 nanometer H alpha and O3, writing them on a one-shot color. It's not ideal, but it would still work. So the nanometers is depending on how much kind of light from the visible spectrum is getting through. The lower the number, obviously the smaller sliver of the visible spectrum is kind of getting through your sensor there. And you're going to get more specific areas coming through on your image there. The wavelength of our camera with this filter is about 7 nanometers for each of the HA, O3, and hydrogen beta. So, you know, it's a little wide. It's kind of wide for a narrow band, but you know, it still cuts out enough of the major light pollution. Agreed the ASI Air Pro. I'm jumping back a little farther in the chat here. I will catch up to you guys, I swear. Agreed the ASI Air Pro Wi-Fi is bad. I have decent 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi extender plugged directly into via Ethernet. Connectivity is no longer an issue, and that's what I think is kind of strange about the ASI Air Pro, is that we've had to Mickey Mouse and MacGyver these solutions to make it usable and reliable. So hopefully they're going to improve that with the next iteration of the ASI Air, because I don't see them kind of doing this major change to this one. So probably in a couple years time they'll fix that up. With the Wi-Fi issues on the ASI Air, the original one, I've had no problems with it. It's nice and strong, and using BlueStacks, you can't do the option of, what's it there, the station mode. I can't, you know, use this in my home Wi-Fi signal. I do have to just be dedicated to from the laptop to the ASI Air Pro, or the ASI Air, not the Pro. But for the station mode, that doesn't matter because I'm connected to the Ethernet through the laptop as well. So Third Rock's using the ASI 2600, and that was one of the ones I was looking at those as well, but for my budget, that was for me, that wasn't going to be possible there. The old camera was a ZW ASI 183 MC Pro. I was looking at that. When I was looking at the cameras, it was between the 183, the 294, and the 533. So in the end, I'm happy that I ended up with the 533 because it seems to work well with both the 8-inch scope that we're using right now and the smaller refractor. So it's a nice go between there. So I'm not oversampling or undersampling the stars. They're staying fairly round. I'm still getting enough information coming through to all the pixels there. So Third Rock's filters. You're using IDIS filters. Their P2 light pollution filter and their NB1 nebula booster. Three nanometers is the narrowest bandpass to make, but it's also not suitable for all scopes. Yeah, you're gonna need more aperture and faster focal length or focal ratio for the narrow nanometer, because you need way more integration time with a smaller aperture scope, right? So yeah, I've been looking at the L Extreme and just thinking about the price of the L Extreme filter is the cost of everything I need to run dew heaters on the setup there. So I flip flop back and forth on getting a new filter or the dew heaters, but I think generally it's going to have to be the dew heaters, because things have been fogging up too frequently and ruining the nights. But that's the L Extreme is definitely on my list, especially using just the one-shot color camera versus no mono in my area. But we have our exposure coming through in just under a minute. So yeah, we are 30 seconds away from our exposure coming through there. For those of you who have just joined in, thank you very much for coming in. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we are taking live images of space, and we're sharing them as live as possible. And we are coming up to our latest exposure of the Pac-Man Nebula, and this is an area in the constellation of Cassiopeia, that kind of W shape of stars. In kind of the northeastern area of the sky at the moment. So this is this nebula is about 10,000 light years distance in the Perseus arm of our galaxy. It's a star-forming region, and its prominent features, besides the glowing hydrogen gas, includes dark lanes of dust obscuring and dense knots of gas and dust called Bok globules, of which I love that terminology. And it actually looks like possibly that the tree was maybe getting in the way of this shot. However, I do love how this nebula looks. Because there's so many little details in there. We do have a full moon, so it is kind of creating this haze, kind of washing out the image a little bit there. So we're being a little aggressive on our process there. Yeah, that moon isn't doing us any favors right now. But that is the Pac-Man Nebula, 10,000 light years away. So it's a very, very large nebulous region in the night sky, filling up our whole sensor pretty much. But again, these little areas, these Bok globules, are what I love seeing in the nebula, because it's these separated areas of gas and dust that can eventually coalesce and form their own star, if everything kind of the conditions are right in that area. So f3.8 to f5 are good for 3 nanometers. Any faster, and you will shift off bandpass. Example, if you run anything less than 5 nanometers on a RASA, which is f2, you lose data instead of getting more data due to the bandpass shift of the fast optics. And that's, I guess, when you're shooting it, they're gathering that light so much quicker. There obviously has to be a limit to how all your equipment is going to work there. And where our limit of your equipment working is the moon right now. So while we have a fairly decent image of the Pac-Man Nebula, it is kind of getting washed out a bit by the full moon. Because as you can see, that is bearing down. That's basically it basically looks like daylight through the security camera right now. So what I might actually do is I'm probably going to move over to the moon and not fight it anymore, and we're going to take a look at some lunar features, because our lovely low density satellite is very beautiful to look at. So we'll move over to that in just a second there, because yeah, it's taking up the sky. It's a little hazy. Actually, I don't think it's that hazy. I think it's more just the moon. Oh, now the telescope is Hadouken. That's it. Or it's charging up its Kamehameha. Right, so the Pac-Man Nebula, just a quick little bit on there, a little bit more information. The nebula is visible in amateur telescopes from dark sky locations. This is amateur setup. It's not a dark sky location. An O3 filter, which we are capturing some of the O3 in this bandpass. The Pac-Man appears fairly bright, large, and irregular. Several dozen stars are concentrated at its center. The nebula is crescent-shaped with dark lanes dividing on the north side. The brightest nebulosity on the northwest side of the object is about 15 degrees across, with an obvious multiple star at its luminous center. Other patches of nebulosity are visible in the southeast. That's kind of in here and there. It's with less of a full moon, it's much more of a spectacle to behold, but we are kind of getting washed out there, so it is because it can be a faint bit of nebulosity as well, that we're just getting washed out with the moon. But we roll with things as well as possible here. So we're going to go over to the moon in a second, and we'll look at some features on that there, and kind of using the original ASI Air as a camera, which is the video mode isn't available on this one, just on the Pro mode. So I'll share the little workaround that I do for those who may not have seen how it goes. So let's choose the moon. We're going to go to that there. Make sure that everybody's running all right before we kind of pay attention to anything else. Now, generally, before the ASI, I think it was version 1.5 or 1.15. I can't remember which one it was now. Yes, slewing from certain points on the other side of the meridian, it just didn't want to work. It was weird. It was starting to point in the wrong direction for me. But yeah, once they kind of got that sorted out, everything has kind of worked out fairly well, so I'm happy with that. It's another issue with the ASI Air Pro I found. When using narrowband filters, you can't cycle each filter per exposure, so you have to run all your HAs, then rotate to O3, then to S2, etc. The ability to do one exposure per filter would help. That way, if clouds move in, you at least have data for all filters. I did not know that existed with the ASI Air Pro. I haven't had a filter wheel. That is one of the things that that I do want to add on here, is a filter wheel with at least, we have the filter we're using now with our tri-band filter, and then moving to switch it to a broadband filter if we're shooting anything else, like a galaxy or a reflection nebula or something like that, and maybe just an HA filter so we can really get a strong signal coming through. But yeah, I didn't know that you couldn't. I guess that's with your. So it won't do like for you doing your auto run, so you have to do a separate run for each filter, or it won't. How is that not working on there? So okay, so you can't be shooting could you not program it to do like, here's like a 10 shots on HA, O3, S2, and then add another light of that to go through there, or would that cause too many problems for the software? Right, so to get the moon, obviously we're not going to be doing a 10-minute exposure on the moon because that is going to blow things right out. And our guide, we probably won't be able to get a guide star in this area because it is blown out. Let's go with 1/100th of a second, or 1/1000th of a second. And we don't even have the moon in the shot. Is everybody where we should be? Where we should be on the moon? Do we not have the moon at the moment? It doesn't even look like it's pointing at the moon. Let's do a quick exposure. Where are we looking at? That just doesn't look right. Do we have... Is it too hazy? Is it actually hazy out? Just have a little bit of troubleshooting here at the moment. I'm seeing some stars in there. Let's see. Here's some technical difficulty, some troubleshooting here. So the reason you have to take darks and flats so each filter focus point changes. Each filter, or the example of light, will not focus on the same HA as it would on O3. Hey, gotta go do some Streamlabs things, but because some stuff is wrong. I just want to say you're good at what you do and you're a good streamer, and bye. Thank you, okay, I appreciate that very much. Thanks for coming in. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. I appreciate that so much. We'll see you soon, and we'll check you out and see how you're progressing along your stream as well. But yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing you again in the chat. Have a good night. We'll catch you later. So let me see what is up with this. Why? Let's see. We should be on the moon, however, maybe not. All right. Okay. So were we not on the moon then? Obviously we weren't, but there we are. There we are. There we are. Sorry about that. So what are you guys going on about? You can do that if you want to run, say, 25-minute exposures of each wavelength. Then you have to do each batch through one filter at a time, 20 HA, 20 O3, etc. Flats aren't an issue, as my filters are parafocal. I run flats via a flat panel after the image run is complete. We tried running Nina or Sequence Generator Pro, see if that... Okay, it's your stuff. If you want to see an insane moon, Discord. All right, let's check that out. Actually, sorry, Third Rock, that other image you had sent about the Wizard Nebula didn't come through there. It just said page not found. Sorry about that. Right, we're bang on the moon now. That's good. There we go. All right, so that's your that's an H8 HOO process of that. Yeah, I mean, from what I was seeing in my exposure, I was just kind of making out this little bit here. And I like that, you know, this area is kind of shrouded in darkness there. You just kind of get that rim lighting around the nebula there. But what I do love is when you get these bicolor images kind of coming through, you can really start to see get a bit of an idea of the depth of where the nebula is, where it's covered. You know, where we're not seeing any more light coming through with the dust clouds in there. So yeah, that's we'll see what we can do with our Wizard Nebula. Probably not like this. It's only got I only have about maybe 3 hours worth of data on the Wizard Nebula. So we'll see what comes through the other end on that one there. And an insane moon. Let's go. Now, I've heard a lot. I've seen some people using Nina. I'm not sure if it's a program that I want to get into or not. You know, I mean, like I said, I'm happy with how things have been going on here. Was this is this your moon? See, it's noisy, but at the same time, you're really kind of picking out the details out of there, you know? Yeah, that was shot 4th of July, right after the fireworks ended here. Excellent. Yeah, when we have bonfire night in early November, Guy Fawkes Day or Guy Fawkes Night, everybody's shooting off fireworks almost like 7 days either side of that event. So it can be tricky if we're doing astro imaging here. I don't know how you guys generally go in the States for 4th of July. I don't remember generally how things go. If it is just that day when everybody's firing things off, or do you kind of get some activity, you know, either side of the 4th? or how much do the people enforce, no fireworks on any other unscheduled days. No, but I like it. I like seeing higher contrast images of the moon, because generally we are looking at a whitish disk, so it's not always going to it's bright, and especially right now we're at about 98% full moon, so we're not getting all the details that are available. It looks very, very flat. Activity before and after, but not as much as the fourth. That was with the C8 at f/5.5 using the 6.3 reducer. So I mean, with the here's the 0.6 reducer on this scope, and it's generally kind of fitting the moon, right in there. If we were at the native focal length, we would be we'd be cutting off the four sides there, really. But I think let's see, let's go a little quicker. Actually, I'm still on sidereal, so this moon might have moved out of frame a little bit. That's not too bad. At least there, we're starting to get some more details. And also, shooting the moon with a narrowband filter isn't. I mean, it's cutting right through there, but we're still missing out on some of the visible spectrum there. Yeah, right. Yeah, especially at this brightness, it's easy to overexpose this thing. Although I'm liking how which crater is this one? How that crater's coming through there. Now, which one is that? Let's see if we can get the name of that crater. That one looks like, is it going to show up on here? That is Pythagoras. That is the crater called Pythagoras. That one right there. So this is, usually I'm running kind of the video thing on this, although taking a quick exposure of the moon is getting us a little more detail coming through there. Yeah, and we can really start to see the green tint of this filter that kind of shows up there. Just finished modifying a Meade 10-inch LX200 Classic for planetary, and looking forward to trying that out in better weather eventually. Yeah, interesting how you modded that as well. What's have you taken it off? Are you taking it off the fork, or? Deforked. 3 holes drilled through the back with fitted fans, mirror, flop springs installed, modded 0 image shift focuser to use a stepper motor, flock tube, etc. All right, cool. That's some significant modifications that you've done to that there. How long did that take to get that job done? I want to say I saw that online. I don't know, I can't remember, because that's sounding familiar now. Or did you share it on? I saw that online somewhere. All right, 2 to 3 evenings after work. Oh, okay. See, here's where also the zooming in on things with the with BlueStacks using a mouse is a little finicky. But yeah, we just have this little bit of the Terminator available. Like I said, we're at what, 98% of a full moon currently, so we're just going to have that basically that full disk illuminated, causing all this light. You could almost say that this is like 2 in the afternoon. You know, it's just that bright, and it is also for the fact of which area of the sky I have available. I mean, the full moon has to be in the east at the prime time, right? So, like I said, we'll make the most of it. We're going to look at some other features of the moon. I'm going to switch this up to using my my video, which is basically just on the ASI Air, is switching to focus mode. So instead of focusing on a star, we got this on the moon. And I think I gotta go down to drop that down to 2/100ths. There we go. A little better, a little more detail coming through. So now it's just a matter of yeah, just kind of slewing the scope around the moon. And we'll change the tracking to lunar, so hopefully it doesn't fly out of frame quick in that quick. Thermal currents have always been an issue with the old SCTs. So many have done the mods. Got a 10-inch carbon truss RC at f8 now, so not an issue with that. Fair enough. Yeah, we're using the 8-inch Ritchie Chrétien with the carbon fiber tube, and it's worked out really well so far. So I'm happy with that. That was the one thing that it's not so much that I'm not happy with is just how much equipment I have to get to collimate this thing, because I do think it might be a little bit out of collimation. And I'm just trying to find out what the minimal amount of equipment needed to get this thing into collimation is, because it's going to cost about half of what I paid for the scope itself to get all the kind of some of the necessary equipment there. So we'll see how that goes, and I think for the most part everything looks like it's coming out fairly well. You know, not too worried about how things have progressed with the scope. So yeah, I think right now for what we're doing right now, for what we're doing with all this, is that the collimation, if it's out a little bit, then I'm not going to be too fussed on things. But I was yeah, just seeing what I can do with the with the Ritchie Chrétien to minimize how much equipment is needed to get that collimation right. So maybe it might be just 1 or 2 pieces that we'll have to get. Let's try and bring out a little more detail on here. Now, we're looking at, I want to zoom in on that area. Let's see. Do a quicker exposure. So I don't know how well that's coming through on your screens. If that's too bright, if it looks too washed out, let me know, because I can adjust, do a little more adjustment on there. Maybe I'll start to clip a little data. I'll really punch this up. Yeah, because that crater, that stands out. Like just the way how it's, which section are we looking at? That looks like it is, that's probably just because we're looking at the sun is hitting that thing straight on. And that looks like the crater, it is Theophilus. And just above it would be the one called Mulder. So yeah, that one, there's usually at least some detail kind of come through there, but it looks like the sun is hitting those craters like bang on, you know, and we're getting absolutely no shadows. We're just kind of catching that, like those illuminated ridges. I bought the SCT because it was a jack of all trades. The Hyperstar, love the Hyperstar, but I'm selling it due to lack of storage space. Now sort of downgrading to a Stellarvue 80 millimeter APO triplet with a 3-inch focuser, since it has a 44 millimeter image circle. Because someday I want to upgrade to a FF for a full frame mono, since I plan to get a corrected Dahlkirchen, or what's the I stand for the IDK? Because that is escaping me, and I may have heard it, and it's not clicking. You can spend a fortune on lasers, etc., and spend hours getting collimation spot on, only to find the scene conditions blow it out of the water anyway. Imaging Dahlkirchen. All right, thank you for now. Thank you, Third Rock. Appreciate that. Your trick was a artificial star, perfect collimation every time. You see, I've seen a lot of videos on, on collimation. Some people have, they have it so they're like disassembling the back, taking a primary mirror right off the tube, and something like that kind of worries me, because not only just the fact of possible butterfingers, but it's just you're taking apart things, and I don't like really mucking about that much with the equipment. I don't mind tinkering with some things, but at the same time, I don't really want to really screwing things around that much. SCTs are fairly simple to collimate, but RCs with a focuser, tilter, etc. may take a bit more time. Yeah, so that's the other thing. It's just all those other little bits of equipment there, and depending on how long it's going to hold the its collimation for, I think, because I'm not moving, it's not moving around that much. It's not being shifted around. It's generally staying in the same position. I would imagine it should hold the collimation for quite a while. But I heard like Newtonians, other ones can easily be out of collimation. You got to do that every night, but they're a little easier, I guess. So basically the same optical design as imaging Dahlkirchen. IDK is AG optical and CDK is plane wave. All right, cool. Yes. I mean, I knew it, I kind of had a rough idea of what I was kind of getting into, getting an RC scope, but at the same time, for me, what I wanted for, the focal length and the aperture and the price point and everything like that was just perfect. And I'm thinking, well, why not learn how to do collimation, and why not kind of get it right, So just kind of that new challenge. That's enough of a challenge I want to have that shouldn't be too ridiculous, but at the same time, it looks like it's starting to get into the pricey end of things. Yes, I've clipped on my microphone. Now I've set up that reminder because there have been times I forgot, especially if I kind of go back out to do an adjustment. I take my mic off. I don't always remember to put it back on. So until I have a microphone that's actually just kind of sitting there, where I don't have to worry about clipping it on, I need these reminders. That is also a channel point now as well for those of you, if I sound too echoey, you can pop that in there and I will make sure that everything is working correctly. IDK and CDK are basically the same thing. They're just both corrected Dahlkirkhams. And those aren't cheap, are they? They're you're paying for that setup for sure. Yeah, this is really drifting out of frame. Although I have it on Lunar, I don't know. Could be that as well. The speed. Drop that down to 1. No, they're not. 5-figure price tag or more. Yes. So that's definitely, if that is all you're doing, if that is what your prime lifestyle is, then I guess, go for it. I lucked out with my CDK. Found someone moving out of state who just wanted to get rid of it for 1/3 retail. There you go. Just gotta, you keep an eye out for those things, right? And eventually you can hopefully score a decent deal. Like how I got this scope, I was just kind of, asking around of just some options of, what you can do with an RC. And the guys over at Altair Astro had mentioned that they had one, someone was selling one used. And yeah, jumped on it because the price was right. And everything has worked out really well. Wasn't planning on buying one, but how can you say no to that? Exactly, I get it. It's go for it. Because if someone's selling, when someone's selling something used that you want to get, but there's a chance that a whole bunch of other people want it too. So that's it. You gotta jump on these deals. All right, let's move over to another area of the moon. And way too fast. Let's slow that down so we can enjoy the slewing. There you go. Let's go over to my orientation of the moon in my tablet, and what I'm looking at right now is a little off. So I need to reorient and make sure we're talking about the right crater that's interesting to me. And that would be Proclus. That's this little guy over here. I say little, but I bet you it's like 50 miles in diameter. All dropped on a nice Paramount MX mount, and boom, bank account turned into a black hole. Yeah, but think of the awesome kit that you have now, right? I fell in love with the AG 10-inch IDK. I was at my local telescope shop last year, and they had one sitting on a SBMYT. You're going to say what the acronym is, and I'm going to It's like, oh yeah, or maybe I never heard of that one. When I found out it was a 10,000 pound scope, I died a little inside and want one for going deep. I think luckily enough, I don't have any software bisque mighty mount. Okay, there we go. I've heard that one before. However, there you go. Not familiar with the acronym, but this is it. I'm getting familiar with more. You guys are exposing to a lot more options, a lot more information. That's what I like about this kind of community, is that we're able to share more ideas, getting more information. It's the 55-pound version of the Paramount. Cool. There we go. So again, those of you who have just joined in, thank you very much for coming into the chat, joining the stream. We are looking at the moon right now because we are currently sitting at a 98% full moon, and it is washing out everything in the sky. We can barely see any stars around the area there. So we have the scope pointed at the moon. That is this 8-inch telescope, and we are taking some live shots of the moon as it's passing over in our general direction. And once that kind of gets behind the house, there are one of two things are going to happen. We're going to image some more areas of the night sky, or the clouds will roll in, and that'll be about it. So we'll see what comes first. But however, for right now, we're looking at our nearest satellite, the often hated by astrophotographers, loved by visual astronomers, and we're just going to roll with it. We're going to accept that the moon is staring right down the barrel of our telescope, and yeah, just get some live shots of the moon so you can see how it is kind of, wobbling. That atmosphere is kind of is distorting the image because it is still fairly low on the horizon. And you're just getting that distortion. We don't have any special optics on the telescope. We're not that fancy, but yeah, we get by with what equipment that we have, and yeah, just enjoying our moon. There's a little wider field image of it right now. It's I'm using the mode on the ASI Air Pro. That's not the ASI Air Pro. The ASI Air, and just kind of running what would be usually used for focusing on a star, but we're using it to kind of get almost live video of the moon. So we're shooting at 1/100th of a second exposures. These are just very, very, very quick exposures of the moon, just all constantly refreshing and reloading. But just getting some nice views of our lovely low density satellite. And it's actually been a long time since I've done a moon image. I mean, the last one that I did, when was that? That was, oh man, that's actually been 3 years. That's 3 years since I've taken this image of the moon. And it was, I was using my Celestron 127 SLT. It was a Maxitov Cassegrain telescope, and this was how many exposures? This wasn't even like a video. It was just some quick exposures of the moon, and doing a little bracketing with my images there and just trying to get out some detail, and turned into a bit of a mineral moon shot, and I was happy with that. And yeah, I mean, I love looking at the moon. I don't like when it's up in the sky ruining astrophotography night, but at the same time, it's a really nice target to be, to be shooting at. With almost any telescope, you're gonna get a good view of the moon because it is nice and bright. Obviously being very, very close at about, what's the there you go, an average of 239,000 miles, or 385,000 kilometers away is the distance to the moon. On average, depending on perigee and apogee, when it's either close or far away from us. But yeah, on average, just about 240,000 miles. But this was what percent? This was a 75% waxing gibbous. So that was one of our older photos there, but we are currently looking at a live shot of the moon right now. And this is maybe not using the right filter for the moon. However, it's we're still getting details coming through there. Let's see if we change the exposure a little bit. Let's see what kind of contrast we can get on here. And it really makes some of that, I really get a good contrast on the mare, the dark areas that we're seeing here. So where we are looking at the Sea of Tranquility, or the Sea of Serenity, or if the Italian or the Latin there, sorry, the Mare Serenitatis, or the Mare Tranquillitatis. And generally these are going to kind of show up darker because they are they have larger amounts of titanium oxide and iron oxide, so that's where you're going to kind of get the reds in some images of the moon that people take for the mineral shots, where you are kind of accentuating getting the colors out of there from the iron oxide, which are the reds, or the darker blues, which are higher in titanium oxide. So the titanium kind of shifts to the blue end of the spectrum, and the iron oxide in the red, and we're kind of getting a little bit of color in there. How you can see that this area higher in titanium oxide is a little darker, where this is almost shifting towards the red. So we're getting the idea of what kind of, the moon isn't completely gray. There are going to be some more details coming through, especially if you're taking some shorter exposures of the moon, because it is so bright. You don't need to have the camera open, the sensor exposing longer than you would for like shooting nebulae or galaxies or anything like that, because it's nice and bright, and we're going to pick up some contrast really quickly. And like I said, we're looking right down. The moon is looking right down the barrel of the telescope. So, why fight it? Let's take a look at our often neglected neighbor. And maybe some of you who may not have a telescope but are interested in the moon, this is what I want to be able to provide you guys with, is some interesting shots of space, of objects in space, of our, any of the I mean, the moon is like basically the first thing that you're going to be kind of looking at there. Hey, Mojo Jojo. How you doing? So we're starting to, this little area down here, we're starting to see the impact area of the crater Copernicus. It's been lurking for a while. Salami Mojo Jojo. No worries, appreciate that. It's totally cool to, if people are lurking, you don't always have to jump in there. And as I moved, it's getting cold in here. I may have to, I haven't adjusted my microphone, but I may have to turn on the heater for a hot second to warm up a bit. Because I do have the window is open a crack, so I can actually have my power running outside. That is one of the other things, that we don't have any outdoor power outlets. At least I haven't actually seen any in the UK. Sorry, I thought I heard something outside. There you go. The actually, you know, for the most part, for what's kind of coming through now with the contrast and the filter, you know, we're getting, we're kind of seeing a little differentiation between the iron oxide and the titanium oxide. So I'm not saying that we're actually getting like a true kind of mineral moon with this this filter and level of contrast, but you know, we're seeing something more than just a gray disk in the sky. So this, what we're looking at here, the Copernicus crater, it is a usually impact related, but actually might be volcanic in origin. It is 96 kilometers across, so nearly, what's that in miles? For those of you who are using miles, is that 40, no 50, no 48, 42 miles? Excuse me. Let's get a bit of a closer shot there. So generally the setting used for star focus, kind of tweak it a bit so that we can actually see the features on the moon. Let me go back and adjust the contrast in there, see if that'll affect it. Maybe drop that so we're, there we go. A little better shot there. It's I'm not guiding on a star either. I'm just kind of using the just the lunar tracking feature on the scope there, or on the mount. So it's something to see all those craters on the moon. I still think the moon is made out of cheese. Be very, very dusty cheese, a little moldy. It's kind of, just brush it off the top, it'd be fine. It'd be good. Yeah, okay, I'm really, really amplifying the detail on here, but you know, let's try and get something really interesting coming through there. I mean, to me, it does look like it possibly could be an impact crater, just because you do have that that central region kind of popping back up there, and you do have, you know, it looks like it's exposed more at the bottom, but you know, I am not a geologist, a volcanologist, so to be able to pick out exactly what features we're looking at there. But I mean, just from what I'm familiar with, it does look like, to me, that it was an impact crater. Maybe it is. Maybe there's just more information that I'm not getting on there, but it's just a small bit of information that I have on with Sky Safari Pro. That is able to look at these areas of the moon, just give me some brief details on it so I can share it with you guys. Because there is a lot of the moon that I don't know. And a lot of the moon that I've forgotten already. Just remembering from when I did that first shot of the moon, I ended up doing a larger project on that. And had those moon facts kind of memorized at that point, but you know, if I don't repeat it, you know, if I don't keep going on about it, it's sometimes, you know, I gotta refresh my memory on things there. So let's move over to another part and maybe adjust our histogram as well, because that might be, that's a little too dark. We're losing detail now. We want to, there we go, catch some details in there. And I mean, there's so much of the moon to look at. I mean, you know, there are going to be the larger craters, Copernicus, Tycho, just the Mare in there. That's going to be interesting to look at, but there's so many other little spots on the moon. And there we go. Here's the mineral map of the moon from Third Rock. Can we get in closer? Enhance. No, I can't make it out. However, if we're looking at things, that would be, looks like that is Tycho. We got the Sea of Tranquility up there. So that, what's all that pink? I would love to have this as a poster, actually, you know? Is this issued by the United States Geological Survey? I can't see what that is there. But that's cool. I would like to, if that's available as a poster, I would definitely like to pick that one up. Yes, it is available as a poster. That's what I also need. I mean, astrogeology. Unified geologic map of the moon, 1 to 5. Ah, excellent. Oh, you can just download it, then I'm just paying for my own printing. Even better. Because I know, I mean, my background is kind of limited at the moment. I have limited space in my area, my studio, my kitchen studio. So yeah, being able to possibly zhuzh up the background a tiny bit, so we're not just looking at my exposed brick wall, which is a nice accent feature in my house. I do like that. But you know, make it a little more astrocentric there. This is going to kill the bandwidth. Doesn't seem to be. And again, jinxing the bandwidth, everything seems to be working out the past few streams, actually, for... Aha. Oh, this is like, this is stupidly detailed. I love it. Oh, this is so cool. So those are all the different mineral deposits that are in the area. So obviously coming from different impacts, and just how the moon was formed. There you go, the landing sites for the Apollo missions. So if we jump back to our moon, see if I can go over to match that up there. Go back over to the Sea of Tranquility, where we can see we can just see the area where the moon landing was, or where the Apollo 11 was. There, so right down the bottom, you can see we can see our moon coming into view. We got the so was it IM2? Imbrian Mare Upper forms flat, smooth surfaces, lower albedo, and crater density than unit LM or IM1. Numerous ridges, difficult to distinguish from unit ID. Interpretation: basaltic lava flows. Seriously, I love this map so much. This is tremendous. You know, it's things like this. You get just that better understanding of what the moon, what it's comprised of. What is all the what are its components? You know. Astrogeology. Love it. All right, that is. I'm leaving that one open. I'm bookmarking that. Because, funny enough, I do have a company that basically does does a lot of large format printing out of their back garden. So I'm going to see about getting a copy of this printed out there. And they've printed a few of my Astro photos as well in the past, and they've turned out pretty well. I mean, the inks that they use are really nice, and it gives some vibrant colors, even with some of the images that I printed before on, like, you know, just like the laser printers. It you know, I see more of the stars in this in these images from these guys. So yeah, so that's there's our Sea of Tranquility in this. Actually, I need the green box there, where the Apollo 11 mission landed there. But it looks like if the moon is starting to get far enough away, maybe we can start pointing the scope towards the northeast. Maybe see if we can we get some images kind of coming through there, because it's maybe I might move over to another target and try that out there, because the moon is still going to be a little while till it's actually into the trees there, but we can come back to the moon in a bit. Oof. I'm running out of coffee. So what I might do is maybe perhaps take a quick coffee break, turn the heater on for a second and warm up the area a bit. That's cool. We've only been going for 2.5 hours. Love it. Okay, let's see what is our weather doing. That's another thing that's going to affect things, because that's going to dictate how the rest of the night goes as well. And it looks okay. It looks like weather's changing up a bit on me. Okay, what I love is like no wind. Everything's nice and calm. We don't have any no buffeting on the scope to muck up the guiding. Although we're on the moon, so it's not too bad. It's all right. The dew point is, let's see, that it's at 6 degrees, and we're currently sitting at 8 degrees, and it really isn't going to get into any kind of a factor until tomorrow morning. So don't have to worry about that. The rest of the week doesn't look good in terms of clear skies. There was a possibility that tomorrow night on Sunday was going to look all right, but that has gone out the window at the moment. The next kind of clear night is looking to be on Friday, starting at about midnight Greenwich Mean Time. So if that one holds up, if that forecast is going to hold up, although we are at a high, yeah, we're going to have, we're basically getting dew, we're getting condensation right the whole day. It's very, very humid. You got 98, 99% humidity. So low temperatures, we might get a lot of frost on the scope. So if we're going to be doing Friday night for any Astro imaging, I kind of need to get a dew heater system sorted out. So we will we'll have to kind of get a move on that there. But yeah, for tonight it looks like things might actually wrap up at about midnight, or maybe 11 o'clock ish. Right now it's, we got 9:39. What up, fam? Building a rink for the kids, but tabs up for you. Have a great stream. Thanks, Capone Gaming. Appreciate that very much. Hopefully you have a good night yourself. And yeah, we're looking at the moon right now. We are taking a look at our nearest satellite. Ooh. So yeah, Capone Gaming is quietly enjoying the wonders of the universe. Now also, hey, bigfollows.com is going to make me famous by followers, primes, and viewers. Click on here. How about I ban your ass? Reason, bot. Ban. There we go. So yeah, we are banning any bots that come in here. No one click is going to make you famous. Man, even those famous aren't famous. I saw someone last night on Twitch. She has over 1 million followers. Looks like someone in Spain. And the chat was going absolutely nuts. And I didn't know what was going on half the time because it was in Spanish. Or not half the time. It was all in Spanish. And I don't speak Spanish. Short of Yo quiero Taco Bell. That's about it. And it was like, the chat was going so crazy. I couldn't even imagine being in a situation like that. And it's like, they were 5 minutes into the stream, 4,000 people watching. I have no idea what the hell they do. It was just like a lot of this, a couple of dabs, and more of this. There you go, more of that. Is that what I have to do? Are the viewers coming in yet? Are we at 1,000 viewers? Is it? Nope. Doesn't work. Honestly, I couldn't imagine a chat that wild at the same time, because I enjoy the small conversations I can go on where I don't have to scroll back too far to kind of catch up with things. Yeah, because that was nuts. Like, how could you even even a message that you post isn't going to make any difference because that's gone. That is that's gone away there. Hey, Kevlar. Thank you very much for the subscription. Appreciate that so much. Oh, my alert didn't go off. Why hasn't anything gone off there? Thank you so much. What happened to my alerts? I should have went off. What's going on? I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the subscription to the channel. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, I do what I can to try and make this a fun place to hang out in. Just a chilled out place where we can kind of all look at the night sky and enjoy what's going on out here. I don't know what's happened to my alerts. Where'd they go? Yeah, I don't know what happened. There should have been a little more hoopla. Why have I got dropped frames? What's happening here? Oh. That's unfortunate because, it's fun to see the things happen. Always happy to support a fellow astrophotographer. I appreciate that very much. And there you go. I think you may have the last Founders badge as well. We've had a few gifted subs come through, but those who are subscribing, get that Founders badge. So I appreciate that very much. That you're one of the first 10 paid subscribers that have joined the observatory, and yeah, I appreciate that so much. It like I said, everything. For those who wanted to support the channel, that in any way, really just kind of being here is supporting things, and yeah, just want to try to be able to give you guys as much interesting and fun content as possible, and share as much of the night sky as we can. Okay, I don't know what's happening, if there's something up with Stream Elements. But hey, I saw it pop through. Some saw the fireworks go off on the channel there. Let's see if I can reload a previous subscription, and we'll call that. We'll say that one's your alert. I'm also. There it is. There we go. That was a severely delayed response on there, but hey, there we go. There it is. I'm going to play that one more time. There we go. Now I'm also working on on that to be more of a supernova. It's like I said, I'm a graphic designer. I'm doing what I can to work on things there. I have some more nebulosity that's kind of supposed to kind of blow out from that there, but yeah, and the little me trying to escape the black hole. That's I know it's a little bit of an old thing in terms of Twitch technology, but I thought it was fun. I thought it was this is my little twist on things. Instead of running to it, I'm trying to get away from it. I don't want to cross the event horizon of the black hole. So yeah, that's my some of the little changes. Like I said before, a lot of the changes that are going to come to the stream are just going to be bit by bit. You know, because I am a graphic designer full time. You know, 8 to 6. So the time available for doing any stream work is limited. So I'll try and pick one little bit here and there and just try to make it as fun as possible. You know, it's not going to be you know, ridiculously active like some other places, but I do like to add little Easter eggs, little tiny fun nerdy bits that are going to be thrown into the stream here. So we are we're getting closer to that subscriber goal, and I appreciate that so much. Like I said, donations, bits, and subscriptions, it's not, you know, I would never be begging for any of that stuff there, and I appreciate all the support that's kind of come through there. And you know, really, this is just being able to have this kind of opportunity to share the night sky with you guys is what I want to do. So yeah, just kind of hanging out here with me is what I appreciate very much. But for those of you who have subscribed, those of you who have the founders badges, I love seeing those in the chat. And I do also like when other people, you know, there's some big streamers and you see those first ones pop up there, and it's like, you know, those people are still following, they're still kind of supporting the channel, and that's a cool thing to see. And you know, I mean, here we are 2 months in, almost to the day when I started running this channel, and you know, it's been a really tremendous response, and I'm happy with that. And you know, I didn't know how this was going to turn out. I didn't know if it was going to be an absolute flop, and I get some people's reticence for, you know, throwing, you know, support to early streamers. But I think the difference, no, it's not the difference between me and other people, is that I know that this is not a sprint to the top for sure. I mean, this is going to come slowly. And for those of you who've kind of jumped in early on with things, you know, I appreciate that so much. Stecknitz Astro, how you doing? How are you doing tonight? Thank you for joining the observatory. Welcome to our little community. We are currently shooting the moon. We're taking live images of the moon right now because it is staring down the barrel of our telescope, and we have no other option right now. So we're looking at the moon right now, just looking at different areas, kind of tweaking the purpose of the ASI Air. But yeah, again, thank you guys incredibly so much. I mean, as much as I repeat myself on that there, it's one of those things that this has given me an opportunity to be able to, you know, to share, to do this without, like I said before, visual astronomy to me feels selfish. As amazing as it looks through the scope, and those photons have traveled all those millions of miles and light years to kind of get to your retina. You know, that's it. It's gone in the memory. At least here, we're looking at these images. We have a little bit of permanence. We have these images coming through our screens. You know, you guys are with me right along for the ride, capturing these images. You know, short of helping me set up the scope. You know, if I wouldn't need 11 people kind of jumping on trying to assemble the telescope, but at the same time, it's you know, you guys are here. You're listening to me bang on about astrophotography and astronomy. And you know, those of you who are astrophotographers yourself, or just have a general interest in space, you know, it's I like it. I'm liking this community, how it's going. I just want to be able to foster growth for anybody else who has something interesting that they're doing in their lives. You know, because you never know who you're going to meet. Maybe share a common interest. Um, you know, just kind of, or even discover something you didn't know you liked. So, you know, I don't hold that stigma of you don't talk about doing your own stream or trying to say, oh, I'm going to go watch another streamer. If you're going to watch another streamer, let me know who you're going to go watch. If you're done hanging out here, who are you going to go see? Who else occupies your time? You know, who captures your interest? Because, you know, maybe I like them too. We'll find someone new together, you know. But other than that, things are relatively chilled. You know, aside from the odd bot popping in and telling me how to be famous. Yeah, it's a fun time. I enjoy doing this a lot. And let's get a look at the crater Tycho. Named after the Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe. This is one of the more prominent craters that you're going to see, you know, with the naked eye. Really, it's kind of that bright white splotch on the moon. Let's see if we can pull out a little more detail there. Let's see, change our exposure. No, it's too long of an exposure. That is super bright. All right, that is an extremely exaggerated view of the crater. Let's cut that. Let's bring it down to the. Let's move that slider back a bit there. And because we have this dark area of space, that's what's kind of causing this peak in the histogram. So really, it's this area where we're really starting to get the data coming through there. So because we are using a one-shot color camera, we are kind of picking out a little bit of color almost in here. So we're kind of revealing a bit of that mineral moon in the mare, in like the basalt regions, which are you know, you get that volcanic runoff. So in the early formation of the moon, as it cooled down after its collision, which was assumed to be a Mars-sized protoplanet. Hey, the Compy Gamer. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate that very much. How you been? If you're lurking, you're probably not going to answer, but hey, appreciate that. Hope things have been going well for you. Now, one thing I've also noticed that I've discovered a lot of Australian streamers because you know, I've caught more, you know, during the time when I'm not streaming, you know, and I might be viewing Twitch in the background. It's a lot of you know, it's the nighttime for early evening for Australians, and that seems to be the general time when a lot of people are streaming. You know, everybody has. Some people are going to have a day job, and it's just sometimes also better to, if you have a room that maybe the light's coming in and you can't control it, so stream at night so you can control your lighting as much as possible. I stream at night because I don't have a solar telescope, so yet, so I can control my lighting at night. But yeah, it's just been some of the, I do want to find some more, you know, more UK streamers, more North American streamers, any streamer really, just to kind of discover someone new. Like I said before, maybe I don't know I like them. You know, there's been plenty of people I've been involved in with raids, and that I've really enjoyed watching. And You know, it's some of those people that have a great community that is you know, made me want to foster this kind of idea of what a community is about in on Twitch there. So just discovering someone else, and you know, just having meeting new friends on Twitch, making new friends. And it does sound weird, but right at this point now, with how life is going, this is how we're gonna meet new people right now and discover what other things people are doing. You know, just get some more insight on interests. Let's try and get a little more contrast in here. Because I mean, not only are we looking at the crater Tycho, but there's just so many other tiny little craters, and you know, this is 85 kilometers across with this crater. You know, as tiny as things look. I found a lot of gamers love what we do, even though they only stream games. Well, I mean, look, I was the one streamer, Gale Level. He does stream reviews on Friday nights, and I've caught a few of them just to see what other people are doing. And I managed to actually, I was in his on his stream before everything started out there, and I figured, okay, why not throw my name in there, see if he'll have a look at the stream. And you know, I got on the list, and as soon as mine popped up, all sorts of questions started firing in the chat, and just asking about astrophotography and saying, "Oh, I love space too," and how's this? What do you do for this? All that and the other. And it was, you know, he's got like 150 people in his chat all at once there, so it was like crazy to see, you know, all that activity kind of pop through, and you know, they're focusing on this stream here, and it was one of those things. Initially, he didn't quite get what he was looking at, which was, you know, obviously expecting a game, you know, a gamer thing, and kind of having that quick, like, oh, another galaxy background, thinking that it had nothing to do with what I was doing, but it has everything to do with what I'm doing. But yeah, those questions just really started firing in there. And actually, there's about how many? We got about almost 20 followers from there. So that was really cool. So I do hope I've seen one, Okade, who actually gifted a sub to Pentori, who I believe was another. Where did Pentori come from? I think Pentori came from Rocket Sage's group. She's a geologist in the States who streams as well, and she's got some interesting stuff going on there too. She does. It looks like it's there's a lot. She does a more gaming than I do. But yeah, everyone loves space, whether they know it or not. That's it. It's this fascination with being able to see beyond, you know, what's available from our naked eye. You know, looking at the moon, that's great. I mean, you know, but also being able to look at it at this level is pretty cool too. You know, there you go. Let's fix that there. Sage is hecking awesome. She is. She's really cool. I really actually only discovered her kind of by accident. I was just looking for another science and tech streaming going on as we were raiding someone. So I don't know if you're a part of that one, but we threw you guys over to her. And actually, for the most part, also, tangent, my raid record has been relatively crummy. I threw people over to random British dude last night because it was on my list of people who were streaming, and apparently I hadn't refreshed my window, and he was actually not streaming, and he was just hosting someone else. So everybody kind of went into nothing, just watching this other person. And then I closed window, I refreshed everything. Then I saw Econ Greg was streaming. I'm thinking, I could have passed you guys over there, you know. So I have to really be more diligent on who I raid. and make sure I'm throwing you guys over to someone who's actually streaming and not it's not an old list of what I'm looking at there. So, you know, much to learn. You know, 2 months into this thing, and definitely some hurdles to overcome. But for those of you who have just joined into the stream, thank you very much for coming in. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And if you want to save 15% or more on your car insurance, you're in the wrong stream. We are currently looking at the moon because we have that staring right down the barrel of our scope, and it's not allowing for much other shots to be had. So like I said before, we're not fighting it. We're looking at the moon. We're taking a look at some interesting areas of our nearest neighbor. And generally whenever the skies are clear, I'm streaming astronomy, astro imaging live, and sharing it with you guys as quickly as possible. You need to catch Sherna when she does live geology field streams. So she also does glass blowing. She's made me a hand blown glass solar system. Really? Oh, that sounds cool. That sounds really cool. There's a shop in Bath in England, in Somerset area in the west of England, and I think it's about maybe 200 miles from London. Anyway, beautiful area to go to. Fairly close to Stonehenge, and of which I've touched the rocks at Stonehenge very side story. But they did there's a shop that did glass blowing, and I regret it. I still regret not buying this. There was tumblers. There was little, you know, smaller glasses than this, but they were made out of old computer monitors that they melted them down and made glasses out of that. And I kick myself every time I think about that. And now I'm really thinking about it when you mentioned your hand blown glass, because we did do a little bit of glass blowing for that they had a little seminar going on there. I totally botched it. But yeah, seeing something like that, those interesting bits of that's awesome. That is so cool. Holy crap. That's tremendous. That is really cool. And that for EJ. Son of a biscuit. That's really cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm really liking EJ's streams. Thanks for mentioning that one as well. I don't know if I would have discovered him otherwise, or at least kind of given him a look there. But yeah, I'm enjoying his stuff. I was gifted a sub to his channel on, you know, people are starting to throw out some subs there. I managed to be one of the random recipients of a sub to his channel there. So I'll see about paying that one forward in a bit. She's part of the Knowledge Fellowship on Twitch, a huge group of educational streamers. Sage and Dr. WD-40 created the community. Dr. WD-40, I've not heard of that one. Is that their that's their Twitch handle there? Those are really cool. I love those. That's awesome. Oh, there's a second one. That's so cool. Was there another view? Oh, there's more views on yours. They're so tiny too. That's really cool. I like that. They do metal detecting streams. Ah, that's neat too. Holy cow. Wow, she did some. That's some awesome work. They're so tiny and detailed. I love it. Yeah, seriously, this is forbidden candy for sure. And even if it was candy, I wouldn't want to eat it. I'd just let it collect dust. That's it. Dr. WD-40. All right, cool. I like the idea of metal detecting. I think it's, for some reason, a lot of people like to, I don't know, like to shit on it for some reason. I think any hobby, and like, I mean, my old boss, he was into astrophotography, and that was kind of what I feel may have solidified getting the job with him. You know, he used to be into astrophotography, and he said he had a massive rig and mono filter or monocam, you know, tons of filters, and he ended up giving it all up. He apparently he said he lived really close to an airport, and he just was having a hell of a time kind of getting things going there. So we sold it all, and he switched to doing metal detecting. And he was a part of, he still does it, and a part of a lot of collector message boards and things like that. And being in England, sometimes, most times, a lot of the time, you kind of get people finding some really old and interesting bits of like Roman coins, or a few 100-year-old bits and pieces, other bits of iron and things like that. And he says he doesn't, the other people who are in America on the message board tell him stop posting. You're you're upsetting us in obviously in a joking manner, but people are saying, "Ooh, I found a Civil War belt buckle the other day," and he's like, "Here's a 600-year-old piece of something else." And guessing Stan said, "That's a really good guess." And yeah. What do we have in Discord? Oh, there's more. Holy smokes. That is so cool. Not too far from me either. So, Kevlar, are you imaging with the monocam or a one-shot color, or what's how bad is your light pollution? Is it just in one direction, or you have kind of is that light dome kind of extending everywhere for you? They're so cool. They're so tiny. They're so cute. Hey, Mojo Jojo, thanks for joining the Discord. Did you bring pizza? Did you? I mean, I try to eat dinner before I stream, so I'm not getting the growlies. However, just the mention of pizza right now. I could go down a treat. I like that Discord also doesn't take itself too seriously as well. It'll throw in those quirky little messages. Tico23, how is the astrophotography community on Twitch? Well, we're doing really well. I think it's fantastic and funny that you should jump in because here's your creator. We are looking at the moon right now because, well, you know, it's a full moon. There's nothing else. There's nothing else that's coming through. There you go, yes. I'm in a 6 at home, but my north is more of a 5, and more of a south is a 7. Near Cambridge, Bortle 45 uses ZWO ASI 1600mm Pro, narrowband, and the 533 with the same filters as yourself. Perfect, excellent. Let's go. Yeah, I was looking at the 1600, but again, just for the sake of capturing the color images. Yeah, going with the 533. Like it served me fairly well. You've been doing Astro for a bit and trying to figure out ways to share it. How long have you been doing astrophotography there, Tico? Do you have an Instagram? Do you use Twitch at all? Since 2014. All right, still, but longer than I have. I've been doing this for. Is that your Instagram or your Twitch, or is it just IG? All right, cool. All right. I feel a little a little bad on that there. You're following me on Instagram, but now I'm following you. Oh, all right. Are you cool if I throw your Instagram on the stream here for a second? I fucking love this. That looks so cool. I love this idea. What's this? This is not. It's Trifid. Cool. I do not have access to the Trifid or the Lagoon or the Eagle, so any form of that is really cool. I love this. This is awesome. Yeah, that stuff. That is like the. Yeah, that's that's the coolest thing I've seen in a long time for astrophotography related things. That's tremendous. That's it. Yeah, I know we try so hard to get these perfect shots, but sometimes you know, it happens there. Yeah, that's unique. I like that. I really like that. I like seeing how other people are taking a different approach to astrophotography or any astro imaging, and just kind of tweaking it that little bit and making it their own. Um, yeah, love it. All right, cool, Tico. Thanks, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Appreciate that so much. Glad to have you on board here. Is M16 and M8 too low for you? Yes, I have. Let's see. It is more that actually, where is that? Where does the Eagle Nebula sit for me? It's also that the it's in the south. It's generally in the southwest, and by the time when it's in the south right now at like 1 in the afternoon, and even when it is kind of available, the neighbor's house is in the way, so it's yeah, just not possible. And also that damn tree. I may have sent some messages out to some tree surgeons just to see how much it would be to trim the trees in the area. Not get rid of them. I don't need them felled. I just want to trim them a bit. You know. Yeah, no, even in the summer it still sits low enough. Have I missed something here? Yeah, so yeah, definitely following you back on Instagram there. Love love that work there. Not afraid to admit this, but I have become a photon snob. I refuse to buy any another camera with amp glow. Nothing like a photon traveling billions of light years to hit my camera sensor just to have the well fill up from amp glow, kicking photons off. Like, see a kid, we're full here. That's it, get out. 533 is a great camera. So easy to get results. Narrowband is great, but getting clear enough evenings to get subs with all 4 filters is few and far between. Yeah, and that's it. That's it. For if sometimes the things work out that you get, like, you know, for a mono filter you get all your HA or your red signal, and then you're like weeks until you can get the rest of the image put together. I kind of weighed it out, and I was really close to doing the 1600, and it was that one kind of got kicked out, and it was down to the 183, the 294, and the 533, all the ZWO products, because I already had the ASI Air, and that option of doing the you know, getting a different camera was kind of out the window. Yes. So yeah, the also in the summertime I don't reach astronomical dark. Let's see, what's the my annual darkness map is a little sad. It kind of looks like a minion or a minion Ninja Turtle. This is where we are right now, approaching December. We're unfortunately we're getting close to the winter solstice. Sag. But yeah, we in between mid-May and the end of July, we don't get any darker than nautical dark. So you can actually, it's funny when you see the you know, when as we cross this point, you can just see the one exposure is a little darker, and then it immediately just starts getting brighter, and your night is done. So, you know, that's about like 10 o'clock, and that's like I mean, no, it's more like 11 o'clock and like 10 after 2 or something like that in the morning. They don't have much time. So Mars is super bright. I initially thought it was Jupiter. Jupiter and Saturn are approaching. Let's see. On the was it the 21st of December is when they're there is only like a few degrees apart in the night sky. So we have that conjunction of the planets, which hasn't really happened in since the 1600s, was it? So it's one of those. But then it happens again in like 4 years on like when we're on the other side of or when the orbits kind of move around. Yeah, Mars was available earlier. I don't know if we can actually see it still. Let's get me out of the way. No, I think Mars would be just off to the left, or sorry, to the left, to the right, behind the trees there. Yeah, PixInsight is it's hard to get the hang of. When I had my trial of PixInsight, and I felt I was starting to get the hang of it, but the trial ended, and it was a while until I actually kind of looked to get back into it. And it's at this point I would have to start over from scratch and kind of get back into it. But I've been using Photoshop for the better part of 20 plus years, so it's kind of secondhand, or it's not secondhand. It's second nature to be using a lot of the tools in there. Yeah, is it? Yeah, looking like a minion Leonardo. No Amplo with the 533. It's a great. It is. I agree. That is a fantastic price for the camera. I managed to get mine used. It was more just used for a review, and yeah, just being able to get that working there, to get that in the collection, in the imaging train has been. It's worked out really well. I mean, especially for what we're trying to do here. And my face is still gone, and now I'm back. But yeah, I think once the moon kind of gets behind the tree a little bit, maybe I can shoot to the northwest, or not the northwest, the northeast. Let's see what do I have available up there. I could possibly try I did Bode's Nebula last week, which turned out really well, but I think I might go for the Cigar Galaxy and see how that one turns out. See if we can kind of get that more of the detail in the middle of the galaxy there. Which that is at 43 degrees, so maybe it should be available above the roofline there. Yeah, so it took you about 3 months. Yeah, I looked at that the processing you did for the Eagle Nebula, and yeah, definitely for whenever I'm doing astro imaging or the reprocessing on things, it's everything always turns out differently. So yeah, December 21st is the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, and unfortunately for me, at that point, it's behind the houses. So I will look for some other people taking some shots of that there. And yeah, I'll catch the next one. I'm pushing myself into mosaics, so I wanted an APS-C size. So I didn't want to spend full frame money right now. Plus, a lot of the targets fit in the APS-C field of view for a single framed image. Excuse me. And yeah, I get the idea of the getting as much surface area, as much sensor size as possible to get these targets. But I think for the most part, a lot of being able to kind of kick out the images fairly quickly as well, and not take up a lot of hard drive space is important at the same time, because how many images we take for an image to process an image, it can really clog up the hard drives there. And I really need to actually dump everything off this laptop onto my external hard drive, so I have a little more breathing room on here. Also with that and the ASI Air, it's because I haven't actually done an imaging night in a while. So how much space do I have? I have 300 megabytes left on the memory card right now, but these images that I'm saving are barely taking up any space, and it's maybe like 10 sometimes on a night that I'm saving, maybe doubling up on some of the exposures. 6.25 terabytes on PC plus a 64 terabyte. That's it. There's I keep shopping around for cheaper but reliable external hard drives to store everything on there. Because there was one hard drive that I got years ago, and it just, I don't know what happened. I didn't delete any data off the computer yet, but I put it all on there. It's saved. I checked it. It was fine. I went back to it and it was all gone. I'm thinking, I'm glad I didn't delete that data off the computer beforehand. So I'm always like quadruple checking before anything kind of leaves the hard drive off the laptop. All right, what are we looking at there for the moon? The moon, that's it. Should be crossing the meridian soon, and buggering off behind the tree and houses for a bit. But that is still enough. So if I start shooting to the northeast, we're kind of starting to get behind the tree there. Focal length, we are at 980 millimeters. However, the moon does look much larger in the shot right now because I am using the focus option on the ASI Air, so it is cropping it in half. So we are using, but it's turning out all right. I mean, if we switch back to our preview. Let's just take a really quick exposure. The moon fits really nicely in the frame there, if it is actually still in frame. Now we're a little high up there because I've been just manually slewing around the moon. But yeah, it fits nice within the frame there. But this is just my little trick with the ASI Air, because there's no video mode on here. It's just on the Pro version. I just switched to focus, and it works out pretty well. So it's a bit of I'm faking the video. I can't do any recording of it, so everything that we're watching, the only place it's recorded on is Twitch, and then later it'll be on YouTube. So that's my little workaround for being able to look at to do a truly live shot of the moon. So we are doing very quick exposures right now, and because it is such a small file rolling through, it does. We're generally running at about 1 frame per second. So it's a slow video, but at the same time, it's about as live as we can get with the ASI Air. So my SCT is 2350 millimeters. It's so hard to use. You need to go wider. Are you guiding off axis at that focal length then when you're doing your imaging? Because I think I'm at about the length of where I would start. At the native focal length for the scope is 1600 millimeters. I haven't used it at that. Actually, the first night I got it, I wanted to basically see if this reducer that I had on my refractor would work, and it did. So I figured we'll keep going with that. And if another opportunity pops up, then I'll take this is a 0.6 reducer that I'm using right now, so we're pretty close to cutting things in half. And I was looking at getting looking at an Edge HD as well, and same thing, using it as the long focal length, or throwing you can put the Hyperstar on that as well, right? So. And you just got a Hyperstar yourself. All right, cool. All right, what's this area we're looking at right now? Oh, all right, cool. Aristarchus. You live 8 miles from downtown Los Angeles. Oof. For an artificial star, how much do those usually run? They range in price. I see 71 pounds, 53 pounds, 14 pounds, 105, 134. Huh. I think I saw someone make. They just had a bit of tin foil, and just did a little pinprick on there and set it about 100 feet away from their scope or something like that. What's your flat calibration like? Do you have it automated? Is that for in regards to Third Rock or just what we're doing right now? Because if it's for me, there's no flats. I haven't taken flats in ages. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I don't. Yeah, I've heard horror stories about people getting their stuff stolen, and for the most part, I can't imagine why, unless you know what you're grabbing, you know. And also the heavier rigs that are like, they're weighing about 50, 60 kilos, and the whole thing disappears. It's there's a lot to kind of to take down with that there. All right, the moon is starting to go behind the tree, and I'm going to see if we can pick a target to the northwest or the northeast. Nope, no, don't want to exit that. So let's back out of this here. Go to our wider shot. No, 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 go away. Come back. Let's take a look at the... Nope, nope, don't want to go that way. Let's go more towards the northern. There we go, come back to... what was that, to Pythagoras, I believe that was. Yeah, so we were looking at Aristarchus and Pythagoras, two philosophers, mathematicians that were actually integral in the mathematics of a round Earth. Kind of got into didn't get into a discussion of a flat Earth on another chat, but just doing some research and saying that no, that a lot of these people have done some hard work to confirm this. Sorry, and the Sea of Storms is just below there. I haven't memorized every single name of on the moon. The Chinese sample return is looking into land and sea, to land in the Sea of Storms. Was that's this area right around here? Yeah, no, I do enjoy a lot of the stuff that's going on with the moon missions, and it is so much kind of going on right now, and it's like it seems like there's just a barrage of launches that have been happening recently. See, Astrosat makes aluminum dew shields cut out for the wires of hyper. Oh, that's cool. I see a lot of people, some people who have the dew shields with like with their Rasa, and they're making some adjustments on their shield, and it just kind of mucks up with the integrity of things. So to have stuff that's purpose built. Even though I love astrophotography, I can't get behind the hate for Starlink. I mean, you know what it's supposed to do seems like it's if it works out as well, that it's going to make connecting more people, and just kind of offering something that's consistent. Then yeah, it's going to be the initial offering of things isn't going to be it's going to be expensive, and it's going to be a long time until anything really changes for a price and just accessibility. You know, I mean, you know, fiber internet was, or the, or cable internet was like one of those things that like, ooh, if you have it, you're like, you're hot shit, you know. But eventually, but now that's, you know, we have, everybody has has good access to you know, fast, somewhat reliable broadband. So it'll take a while there. Hey, DJ Billy. I did add the mic check. I needed to make sure. It wasn't needed tonight. However, I am going to probably take a 2-minute break to make a coffee and have a quick wee. But I'm going to first pick another target in the night sky. We have been on the moon most of the night because it has been in the east. This is our area of the sky, and the moon was dominating this area. So I'm going to kick the scope up to the northeast and see if we can capture some other targets. As beautiful as the moon is to look at, it's been encroaching on things for a while there. We're good. I got the mic. Now I don't know how closely Twitch looks at things, but you know, the only thing I could think of for the reward point was that scene in Ren and Stimpy when Stimpy got the microphone up the nose. That's just one of the most vivid memories of that cartoon that I have, was with that with him doing the commercial for Gritty Kitty Litter and have the microphone shoved right up his nose. I enjoy lowbrow humor, if some of you may not have noticed. It's like the Astrobot is waking up. I thought I really spaced this out a lot better. So what is the let's have a look. Elephant's Trunk. Actually, for me, I have the Elephant's Trunk Nebula was actually our first image of the night, because it gets blocked. Let me show you what I'm dealing with here. Let's fast forward to the day. Let's bring the sun up. So, here's my back garden. There's where my mount sits. And to the south and to the west, trees. Trees block my view. And even though this tree is cut off, it's just because that's as far as my 360 view would reach, but it does kind of extend a lot farther up there. So anything to the west and to the south is unfortunately off limits. That's all right. I can probably see. There we go. Right, that was the image, the first image from tonight. That was a 16-minute exposure on the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. Usually, when I start things off, I'll try to start an exposure before we get things rolling, so that I don't always do a 16-minute exposure, and it's usually 10 minutes, and I think it's just a good enough time. But you know, that's about as much as I could. Actually, I realized I hadn't cooled the camera down to it was just at 0 degrees, so it's a little noisier. But that was our first shot of the night of the Elephant's Trunk Nebula, which just kind of went behind the trees shortly thereafter. All right, gotta run. So glad I found. Hey, Tico, thank you very much for joining it. Thank you. Thanks for joining, following, and yeah, we'll look forward to seeing you again soon. And again, love that work on Instagram. That stuff is tremendous. That's some really unique stuff. Keep it up, man. We'll look forward to seeing you around again. All right, take care. Not sure why, but I really like this image. I'm pretty sure why. So that is that's a much nicer process. Well, that's a lot longer exposure of the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. So yeah, that's a much more detailed version of that first shot there. And again, something like this is was this a Hubble image as well? It's got to be. That was our astronomy picture of the day. So this area was Barnard's Galaxy. So you get a lot of these areas are similar to the nebulas that we see in our galaxy. So these star forming regions are just these are stellar nurseries that are being exposed in this image there. Much like when we've shot the Triangulum galaxy, which is M33. Let's go all. And that was our shot of M33. The black mist really fascinates me. So that is going to be like the that interstellar gas and dust in that area where the stars are kind of forming in those sections there. And it's dark because we are not that's blocking out any of the visible light. If you were looking at it through like an infrared camera, then you would see a lot more information coming from behind those dark areas of the sky. But yeah, with in contrast to what was the astronomy picture of the day, not that we had an astronomy picture of the day, but just those nebulous regions. You know, I haven't tried to shoot Barnard's Galaxy. I'm not sure if I actually have that available in the sky. But again, those little pockets of pink in here and red, those are areas of nebulosity within the galaxy. So similar to our Orion Nebula and, pardon me, like the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. Just these star forming regions that we're able to capture with a scope and camera combination. I recently bought glasses, and I was wondering, our eyes look the same size. What is your lens width? Because I'm not sure if I have the right size. I have a 54. Um, Gotta say, I'm not a ophthalmologist, so I'm not sure. And it's been so long since I've replaced my prescription, I couldn't tell you. Not too sure. First number on your glasses is the width. I have no numbers written on here at the moment. All right, we have the. We're still on the moon, still shooting that at the moment. But I'm going to try and pick another target, something that's sort of pointing away from the moon, and maybe let's see, what do we have available? I think I'm going to try for the for M82. We did shoot the M81 last week, which was Bode's Nebula, or Bode's Galaxy, and then we're going to shoot for its neighbor, the Cigar Galaxy, and just see how that kind of comes out there. See if we can kind of catch that H alpha region that's in the coming out of the center there. So let's say toodaloo to the moon for now, because it'll be actually probably the next time that we have some clear skies. It might be up much later in the evening and not impacting our shots. So let's go for, see if it is available. If not, we'll have to pick another target that's more to the east. So that is, sorry, not M81, M82. So while our image is not going to look like this, I'm hoping that we can kind of get maybe a little bit of this red visible. I'm not sure. I've never shot this galaxy with this filter and this focal length. So we'll see how this looks. We'll give it a go, and hopefully that is actually high enough in the sky that actually I'm gonna have to slew to a different area of the sky at the moment. Just so I can plate solve. No, it's not the direction I want to go. Just get away from the moon. So for those of you who've just joined in, appreciate you coming into the stream. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and as you've seen, we are shooting live images from space, of space, not from space. I'm on Earth. I'm in the east of England, and we've been on the moon for quite a while, but it is it's going out of our field of view right now. So hopefully we'll get some other images going there and pick some other interesting areas of the night sky that we can image and show you guys and talk about it. And this is what we do about 99% of the time on the stream. Sometimes we'll be doing some image processing. Sometimes we'll be playing games. But for the most part, this is what we want to what we want to do is get some images of galaxies, get some images of nebulae, find some stars to look at, and make sure that the scope is going to do its job properly. And make sure that everybody's working right. Now we'll see if this galaxy is available, because the roofline is largely dependent. Yeah, I can see it. We can just make out the galaxy, just that little smudge in the middle there. Although, why am I not seeing anything on the guide scope? Is it getting foggy out? We're at 11 o'clock. Now, there was a chance that the clouds were going to be rolling in, so let's see. What's the forecast say? Because that might change things up a bit. Let's see. Possible. Well, no, it shouldn't be too bad. It might be just a general haze, or it could be that the guide scope just isn't seeing. Moonlight might be limiting it. Yeah, that's another thing. So that probably, because yeah, the way, look at the moon. I mean, the beaten down is probably just washing out everything on the guide scope there. Let's see. Oh no, actually, no, I'm seeing clouds. I'm seeing clouds. Clouds coming from the east. That's a little weird. That's a lot weird. You usually don't get the clouds coming that way. Old man yells at clouds. Seriously, from the east. All right, that's a new one. Usually, kind of get maybe coming from, well, usually from the west. Sometimes like kind of from the northwest. But yeah, I rarely see them rolling in from the east. East. Well, now it did say that like I said, the clouds are rolling in like at 11 o'clock. 15% coverage. Really, that shouldn't be too bad, you know? We are getting close to closer to the dew point. We're at 7 degrees right now in the east of England. And now it does say for the rest of the night, it's like 15 to 29% cloud coverage. I was kind of hoping that wouldn't really come into play that much. Let's see. Here's what I wanted to look at, which was the cigar galaxy, which would have fit kind of nicely in the frame there, you know. I mean, you know, Bodes is nice and big and beautiful, and you know, we shot that last week. That was a really nice target to to shoot with this camera. So I have that galaxy at numerous focal lengths with different telescopes and different cameras now. So we'll look to do a bit of a comparison shot online. We'll share that eventually there once it kind of comes through. But yeah, that would have been a nice shot of the cigar galaxy, because I was definitely wanted to be able to maybe capture some of the detail in the, well, maybe not so much the detail, but being able to see some things. I use the clear outside app, which shows between 60 and 100 cloud cover for me all night. Amazing what 50 odd miles makes. It looks like there was actually a high pressure system kind of sitting over my area, because I was looking at the Met Office at their forecast, and it was kind of, just kind of, the clouds were stopping just before my area. But it may not be holding off anymore. And for the most part, the Met Office, their forecast has been fairly accurate. Yeah, they stopped me. Sorry. Well, you said you just bought a Hyperstar, right? No, that was Tico. That was another one. What did you just buy? You must have bought something, right? Somebody's bought something in your area. Detailed weather map for me. Yeah, I mean, it's got a okay, at about 2 in the morning. Yeah, the clouds, that looks to be fairly accurate for what the weather's going to be, but it looked like it was supposed to hold off a little bit longer. Although it looks like it may be breaking up. We are picking up a star here and there. Generally being able to see a little bit more of the sky is what we want. And short of me getting into radio astronomy, the clouds are largely dictating what we're doing on here. But if these clouds can kind of go away and I can pick the target, maybe start shooting on that there, and we'll maybe take a quick That's right, yeah, you did get the 10-inch RC and the 127. Yeah, how did I forget what I was going to ask? I don't know. That question will come back eventually. Now, I have been looking at getting a larger refractor. I just don't know which one I was going to get. And I thought, for just the sake of not so much portability, but just the Esprit 100, and then other people are saying go for the 120. But that's a big jump in price for, I guess, for what I want to be able to do. But I do look at the Explorer Scientific models every now and then as well. So, I mean, I like refractors a lot. And, you know, as soon as I got I just have the 72 ED from Skywatcher. And, you know, it's, as I've kind of progressed with each bit of kit, it's gone a fair leap into, you know, its purpose. So I went from a 70 millimeter to 300 millimeter adjustable Sigma lens to the Skywatcher 72 ED, and that was like right away the pictures coming out from that scope, you know, it's purpose built for astronomy, were way better. And when I moved from a DSLR to the dedicated astronomy camera, massive jump in everything. Just get a stellar view, 152T. Hang on, I'm looking that one up. I'll get right on that. How much can I get for one kidney? Oh, only about 9K used. That's a steal. Hubble, yes, Hubble should be available for sale soon. That's if we can all jump in on a GoFundMe or a Kickstarter or something like that. Just we'll crowdsource the Hubble. We'll just we'll borrow it every other night. We'll get a schedule set up. I mean, that thing has been well loved, so it's got to be like an easy, maybe only like a few million. Yeah, what did they say? It's going to be, was it, I can't remember what it was now. It wasn't 11 years or something like that until its orbit decays. Buy a big scope, then realize your mount won't carry it. New mount for Christmas is needed too. New equipment for everybody. Yay! Although I do think for everything that I do want to do, that this mount is it'll suffice for quite a while. I think I probably wouldn't even go much larger than the 8-inch, because just for the sake of kind of getting it on there and maneuvering it in the height that I'm still reaching up above my shoulders to get this thing on there, because I have it up so high, being able to see over the roof line, and even just to kind of get Polaris into view. It's this is like the only spot that I can have it in my back garden. So I did oogle at the EQ8R Pro at the last astronomy show I went to, but that's budget notwithstanding. That'd be a little overkill for what I need to do right now. So we'll be happy with the EQ6R. End of 2025 is the estimate I'm finding. I'll ask my buddy at Goddard what their actual timeline looks like. All right, so that's much sooner than my my 11-year plan for Hubble. And it is one of those things that again, kind of going back to Arecibo being decommissioned and just taken down. It's these pieces of equipment that we've kind of grown up with in astronomy, and it's we formed this attachment, this connection with these instruments, and it's with so many delays kind of going on with future projects and just other bits of equipment that have kind of run their course even much sooner. It's hard to to see what's next around the corner, what's going to capture our attention that much more. And with the James Webb Space Telescope going up eventually, I just delayed the launch by another 20 minutes there. It's one of those things that I guess they have to get it absolutely perfect, because unlike Hubble, where we could service it, that thing is going out to the to a Lagrange point, and it's not going to be serviceable. So that's got to work. They got to be like 100% sure that thing's going to do what it's going to do. Another 20 minutes and another $1 million. That's it. You can't keep saying James Webb Space Telescope so often. I think if you shorten it, if you just abbreviate it, it's only about 10 minutes and $500,000. So we'll go with just the JWST. God, that's like almost another hour we've delayed it by. I got the 6R Pro too. Excellent. Yes, I do love that. I like. I was. So EQ8R Pro stays on your wish list now. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, for my progression of mounts was a stabilized, a crummy little tripod that I nicked from work years ago, and they never asked for it back. To a Celestron 127 SLT go-to mount for Alt-Az, and then to a Star Adventurer Pro, and then to the EQ6R Pro. So it's been quite the progression, I think, in about the 4 years that I've been doing this. I think it's a steady progression as well. I didn't go and do anything too crazy with any of that there. Yeah, that mount is a beast. Actually, I saw, you see the initial images, but when I actually saw that thing in person, that is freaking huge. It's like, definitely have an observatory, have a place to kind of keep that in one place, in one spot, sorry. Because, yeah, moving that in and out is fairly out of the question, unless your plan is to get absolutely jacked while doing astrophotography. Then go for it. I was gonna look at something. Can't remember what I was gonna check out. Started going on about something else. Oh yes, I remember what I was gonna do. Right. How's the sky doing? All right, maybe not too bad. Although that moon is still beating right down on things. I need to. Guide scope is having a hell of a time right now. All right, we're getting some clearing. It's starting to kind of clear up. Deadpool 359, DJ Billy on an alt account. All right, how's it going? Alternate DJ Billy in the house. I went from an AVX to a AZ EQ6 GT to Mach 1 Go-To. The truth is the AZ EQ6 was a better mount than the Mach 1. Yeah, when I was kind of looking at mounts, I guess it was maybe 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago maybe. I was looking at the Celestron Advanced AVX and just wondering, would that be something I wanted to use? But I don't know what it was, but it just kind of they quickly fell out of favor with me, and I was more leaning towards the Skywatcher equipment that seemed to appeal. And I noticed total tangent. The activity in Phasmophobia has jumped up incredibly. With 62,000 viewers at the moment on that. I just saw that actually they've released a new level in the beta testing, so I will definitely want to check that out. That's what turned me way above the weight restrictions for my back. That's it. A lot of this stuff are like I've seen a lot of astrophotographers who have back problems. I'm trying to keep out of that club. Have I played? No, I would not want to play Phasmo in VR. No, no, no. I enjoy getting into a game. I enjoy getting freaked out. The psychological horror is what does it for me. I think for the most part, Phasmophobia ticked those boxes, because if you, I don't know if it's still saved, if the VOD is still saved. When I did the first run through on Phasmo, doing the tutorial was, if you, I don't even know if you could see just the tension and the fear in my face, with just how freaky it was. And with I've also noticed the headphones that I use for gaming, and just these little ones, these ones don't do the trick. Like, you don't even get that immersion with it there. So it's, but yeah, putting on the headphones and having everything encased in there is, yeah, it is a creepy atmosphere in there. And yeah, being able to look away from the screen and just kind of take myself out of the game for a second. Yeah, the VR would be a totally different experience there. I injured mine at work 6 years ago. Nothing to do with astronomy, astrophotography. Yeah. Oh no, I wouldn't say that that astrophotography is killing our backs, but it just seems that I don't know. It's like a common thing. But yeah, I mean, to be able to do astrophotography, you know, any kind of visual astronomy, you know, it's would hate to have, you know, being plagued by injuries that are going to take the fun out of it for anybody, really. VR space engine sounds amazing. Yes, I'm looking to DJ Billy, Deadpool 539. Thanks for tossing that follow into the observatory. Appreciate that. We're bolstering our numbers here, our members. 184. That is cool. That's really neat. I appreciate that. I'm looking at Space Engine for the paid version on Steam, and possibly upgrading to the Pro as well to kind of produce some videos with that. And also, yeah, just I have the free version of Space Engine, which is pretty fun. But I mean, I've seen that there's been significant upgrades in that game, or in the program, from that free version to the upgraded one. So it's also being able to do the recording with the Pro, because I want to be able to get rid of. All right, cool. I don't know if you've seen the free version. If it is a massive difference from what I've seen from other people showing it online. It does look like there is a massive jump in how things look. And yeah, to be able to kind of record video and incorporate it into the site here. You know, so to get rid of that, you know, it's cool. It's a cool little visual from that NASA did with what's it called? Shutterstock, I think was they partnered up with that. But yeah, just to be able to film some, you know, shoot some purpose-driven content on here to kind of go along with things is one of the appeals of upgrading that version of Space Engine there. All right, how is our sky doing? It is. Seems relatively clear. Maybe if I... what other way can I point the guide scope so we're not getting some interference from the moon? All right, let's see what this does. Or the worst part would be that the guide scope itself is has got some condensation on it. That'd be really annoying, because then that's that kind of ends it. How about you? You gonna play ball? You gonna be bright enough? Let's give it a shot. Let's see how it goes. Let's see if it's just the guide scope that's washed out, or if it is the entire scope itself. That also wouldn't surprise me if there actually is a lot of condensation on everything. Maybe not. Although now we have to pick a new guide star. Because that did not like the recentering. No, that's okay. Maybe, oof, that is very suspect. We'll see how long it holds on to that star. But we'll give it a shot with the cigar galaxy. Let's see what we can get out of that there. Maybe something good. Maybe something not good. Let's give it a go. Let's see how this one turns out. All right, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break, if that. I'm just going to have a quick look at the optics and see if it is indeed fogging over or not. And then, what time is it now? 11:30. Make another coffee as well, so I will be as quick as I can. I will switch over to the scope view, so we'll have a look there. So I will be back in a couple minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. Anybody pops in, don't let them leave. Do not let them leave. I've seen other people run ad breaks on their while they go away on break. I don't think I want to do that to you guys. I'm not going to do that. BRB. I don't have wine. I just have whiskey. And we're back. We're back. How are you guys doing? Did you miss me? I missed you. I have coffee. I did a quick check outside. Two things. The sky is overall crystal clear, aside from the moon mucking things up. And I almost walked into a giant spider. So I have to remember that it's sitting out there when I go to take things down for the night. So we are imaging the cigar galaxy. This is the neighbor to M81, which is Bode's Nebulae, or Bode's Galaxy, depending on which title you're going to go with there. Also NGC 3031 or Messier 81, but we're on Messier 82, which is Bode's Nebulae. We'll see how this one turns out. The guiding seems to be going a little wonky. However, if it stays below 1, I'll be happy. Now I turned I'm probably gonna hug my coffee in a minute. It's getting chilly in here. And it's like, it's been colder outside and, warmer in the house without turning the heat on. Maybe I should talk more. Get some more hot air out of there. So I do thank you guys for joining in. For those of you who have just joined in, I am Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck, and we are shooting a galaxy right now. We are taking a 10-minute exposure, which will be ready in about just over 2 minutes there, about two and a half minutes. And we're running with a large 8-inch telescope and an astronomy dedicated camera hooked on the back of it there. That's our scope that we're using right now. Just behind me is the moon. We have a full moon. It's about 98% or 90 some odd percent, so it's pretty much a full moon. So it is impeding on the night sky, and it looks like possibly the chances of clouds rolling in soon is high. So I want to get as much imaging done as possible, and just talk astrophotography, talk astronomy, whatever kind of is popping up on your Saturday night. It is Saturday, right? Yes. Saturday night, Saturday morning, wherever you are, and I appreciate you guys coming in there. And I think I'm going to do a quick rundown of who has actually jumped on, who's joined the observatory in the last couple of days. We got Tussie Troll, Tugger Jaeger, Yervay Gaming, Feed Frogging, Cutie Pie Vi, Morikai Fox, Matthew Fluffy Gamer, Bendalski TV, Kingdom Unicorn, Splendid Tank, Young Habit, CC Gamer 76, Anime Amy, Lexi Gaming, OK DYD, Leeches 17 has followed and cheered some bits as well. I appreciate that very much. Keller TV, Keller TTTV. Appreciate the TTV. Kevlar TTV. Thank you for joining in and subscribing, and a tier 1 subscription. OK gifted a tier 1 subscription to Pentori. Appreciate that immensely. Steknitz Astro has joined as well. Tico 23, Deadpool 539 have all joined the observatory in the last 48 hours, and I appreciate that so much. All the support that's kind of come in there. And if you haven't noticed, I'm terrible at reading off names for Twitch. Some people who do not have some capitalization to break up where their name is, I'm just going to make things up. And as I've also noticed, the music was way too high. We'll leave it at that there. It seems to be all right there. So we've got our image. All right, not too bad. Okay, it's a little washed out from the moon and the street lights. However, we can tidy that up just a tiny bit. Just the histogram. It is that is low. I like to have you want to have a nice high spike almost with, or at least a more of an Everest than Olympus Mons, you know. I think even kind of bumping up this is going to amplify the washed out areas. However, noise, washed out image aside, that's the best I've ever captured the cigar galaxy at, for sure. And also being able to see this hydrogen alpha region, hopefully it's kind of showing up nice and red on your screens as well. It looks a little washed out on my monitor, but looks nice on the laptop. I am seeing the reds, and if I think about it really hard, there's a little more extending beyond there. Maybe I'm just imagining that part there and just seeing it kind of extend out. But this little bit right here is what I hadn't captured in the past. At 10 minutes with the full moon kind of washing over the front of the telescope, I'm pretty happy with that. It's the more targets that we're capturing here, it's the more and more candidates are being added for who's gonna get the proper treatment, who's gonna get some more time done with imaging, and I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be either the Cigar Galaxy or Bode's Galaxy, M81 or M82, because at this point in the evening they're going to be available for the whole night through, because they're nice and close to Polaris, so the rotation isn't going to be as great as things that are kind of out into the east, southeast area, because those are going to whip around much quicker. Whereas these ones can stay even ahead of the meridian for quite a while in the evening in my area. So we'll be able to, to do some longer imaging on that. So if we are doing, we have our regular live astrophotography sessions, but then if the rest of the night's going to be clear, which tonight is not, we'll pick a target, something that's going to stay up higher in the sky and longer for the night, so that we can do a little more imaging and have something for our rainy days. And like I said, tonight was supposed to be a rainy day astronomy. However, the skies were clear, so I was happy to switch things over, because I sure as heck wasn't going to ignore the night sky when it's readily available, despite having a full moon staring right down the telescope's path. So we'll go with what we can work with here. Let's see if I can move that just right where those the RGB kind of intersects. I'm going to just really blow this apart. That doesn't look good. Let's back that off a little bit there. And see if we can maybe just smooth out some of this. So we're losing a little bit of detail, a little bit of what we can see on the ends of the galaxy, but it is this middle region that's really interesting. So this is Messier 82. It's a remarkable, peculiar galaxy in Ursa Major. M82 was discovered along with its partner M81 by Johann Bode, and both galaxies are sometimes known as Bode's nebulae. Also called the Cigar Galaxy, M82 has been spectacularly distributed by a relatively recent encounter with M81 and displays conspicuous dust lanes and heavy star formation. And M82 is a prototype irregular starburst disk galaxy. As a member of the M81 group, M82 is 12 million light-years distance. It's separated by M81 by at least 130,000 light-years. Its core seems to have suffered dramatically from several close encounters with M81, most recently about 100 million years ago. Tidal forces caused by gravity have deformed M82 and caused star formation in its core to increase tenfold compared to normal galaxies like the Milky Way. So all this activity, this red, is a large star forming area, and that is thanks due in part to the interactions with its neighboring galaxy. The Chandra X-ray Observatory detected fluctuating X-ray emissions from an intermediate mass black hole of roughly 200 to 5,000 solar masses, approximately 600 light-years away from the center of M82. Like most galaxies, M82 hosts a supermassive black hole at its center with a mass of approximately 30 million solar masses. So that is mass. To try and fathom the size and even offer a comparison to what the 30 million solar masses are, it's basically take the mass of our sun and just multiply it by 30 million. It's not hard to imagine, right? These are, what's the size of this galaxy? It's, like I said, it was 12 million light years away. And what's the diameter, does it say? I mean, it's a smaller companion to, to M82 or M81, which when we're looking in the night sky, this is where we're looking at right now, the Cigar Galaxy, and that's our field of view, that red box. Now I probably could actually, if I was to readjust the angle of the camera, we could probably capture them both in one shot there. They're that close together. But we did shoot Bode's Galaxy early on in the week. But then shooting its companion now. Better sky conditions the other night there. But tonight we have a full moon, and it's basically washing over the top of the scope, as you can see. We have our, let me hide me for a second here. That is a 98% full moon, and that is just absolutely dominating the night sky right now, and especially in our area. I don't have that much available of a window to shoot these objects in the night sky, so it can be a little difficult sometimes to deal with the moon. And I am using a narrowband filter. It's a tri-band narrowband filter, so I am still getting the hydrogen alpha, oxygen 3, and hydrogen beta, but I'm cutting out a lot of that in between. However, the moon is still going to wash over the front of the scope and just kind of create a bit of a haze around the galaxy, around the image, sorry. So we work with what we have and try to image as often as possible. Now we've lost our guide star, because that is also part and parcel to some clouds most likely rolling in. It looks like just a general haze is going to be washing over the night sky for the rest of the night, unfortunately. I was kind of hoping the original forecast was going to hold up, where it would be, where it would have been 6 in the evening, Greenwich Mean Time, until about 2 in the morning. That would have been a lot more favorable. However, we're stuck with these crummy clouds in the east of England, and we have to make the most of it. And usually that is going to be in the form of our rainy day astronomy sessions, where I will process some live process images live on stream, and we'll kind of get a rough idea of what we can expect from an astrophoto. You know, a quick view of what we have is when you have your first image kind of come through the camera, it's rather unremarkable. You can barely see the galaxy at the center here. It's fairly washed out. It's very dark, and you're only seeing kind of the brightest stars. So until you can at least do an auto stretch of the image and just kind of bring those levels up to an area where you're not clipping any data, but you're just being able to kind of get rid of any of the darker areas that have no data within it there. And then depending on what we want to do, we can just further refine things just to kind of bring a little more contrast, a little more image data in that shot there. But that is a very quick version of Astro image processing. But these are just single images that I'm shooting, so they're not going to be the greatest quality. Sorry, puberty. They're not going to be the greatest quality of images all the time, depending on the sky conditions. Right now it's awash with moonlight, so you know, these images, doing a long exposure is just going to amplify any of that light kind of passing over the scope and just reflecting into the camera there. Whereas when you're doing a proper image, you want to have several exposures, and then you're going to stack those all together. Borgie, how you doing? Ducking in for a second to let you know you're absolutely killing it, mate. Have an epic evening. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate that, man. We try to do what we can. We are under a full moon right now, so it is not completely favorable. We're doing what we can. The clouds are rolling in, so unfortunately things did positively shift from our usual Saturday night stream of processing images, but we had some clear skies for a few hours, so we made the most of it there. Appreciate you popping in there, man. Hopefully you're doing well. For those of you who are unaware, Borgie Plays is a Australian streamer, and he plays some pretty fun games on there. So if you do want to check him out, feel free to do so. He does some fun little giveaways as well when he reaches some milestones. I haven't done any of that yet. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that eventually we'll get to something fun, but we'll see. But yeah, check him out if you can. Tavarian, how are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. Nice scope. Thank you. It is the highlight of this image right now because there's clouds. So it is standing up very nicely. It is an 8-inch Richie Chrétien design scope, and paired up with a ZWO ASI 533 MC Pro dedicated astronomy camera. We're shooting some images of the moon. We have pretty much our last image of the evening, which was the cigar galaxy. And it's a little awash with moonlight, unfortunately, but that's the nature of things with astrophotography. We just bought a better scope for my kids. It's the Nat Geo licensed scope. Yes, you were talking about that in Sage's stream, weren't you? How's that? That's worked out well for you guys then, or I mean, Newtonians are good for visual as well, because they're going to be faster scopes. I don't know how much for those ones, if there is a lot of alignment, a lot of collimation that you have to do for those scopes, or if it's kind of holding it well. All right, you don't get it till Christmas. Oh. See, I'd be too excited. I'd be like, oh, Santa stopped by early, kids. Here we go. Well, hopefully you guys do have fun with that. I think for if it's one of those kind of smaller desktop Is it it's a smaller scope, or is it you have it on a mount there? Hopefully that's going to work out. That'll work out well for you there. It's going on a tripod. All right, cool. I mean, yeah, looking at. I mean, the moon is always going to be something really good to look at there. I mean, from tonight's images, that was not one of tonight's images. That was our. This is our experiment of a 33-minute exposure on the Triangulum galaxy. That was just to see what the camera could do and what kind of details we could get out of there. So not our normal image that we do on the stream here, but I was thoroughly impressed with it. Just seeing all these little bits of nebulosity in the galaxy. But for I mean, looking at the moon, you know, through this scope, this is our one of my saved screenshots of the moon. It's always the moon can always be a crowd pleaser, really, because it's nice and bright. It's hopefully relatively easy to find. I know when I got my very first telescope, it was like a little Tasco, and I'm guessing it was a reflector. It must have been a reflector scope. I found it a little difficult to find the moon at first, and that was, you know, obviously there was no tracking on that. It was just on a little tripod there. But yeah, once we did get the moon into view there, I thought it was amazing. It's like, Hyper, how you doing? How are you? Thanks for popping in. The moon, yes, we were looking at the moon earlier on before the clouds rolled in. So this is when we kind of take live video of the moon that I can't record. So I took a screenshot of what we were looking at there. If the clouds weren't dominating already, we'd have some more targets to be looking at there. But yeah, no, thank you for coming in there. We have our possibly, yeah, I think it's gonna be. We have shot our last image of the night. Not only are we under a bright full moon, which is just kind of hiding behind the trees there. We're covered in clouds, and that forecast looks like it's holding up. So unfortunately, the astro imaging side of things is probably coming to an end for tonight. But we did get some cool shots of. You know, we had the Wizard Nebula, which actually was going to be a processed image on stream tonight, but because of the clear skies, we abandoned that. So this was just a single 10-minute exposure on the Wizard Nebula that we shot earlier in the evening. I do have about 3 hours worth of exposures set up. And that way we'll be able to process and get some better details coming out. How do I think the moon was made? I'm totally behind the hypothesis, the working theory that it was a Mars-sized protoplanet that had a chance encounter with early Earth. Not only because you get the elements that are matching of the Earth there on the moon, but yeah, it was caught in Earth's gravity, and it became our nice little satellite that has been slowly drifting away from us, about 3.5 inches a year. Eventually. Now here's the grim. The moon is we always have the same face to the moon towards us, just with its rotational period along our axis and the moon's axis, and the moon is responsible for our tides. So is the sun. So we have two bulges of water that's surrounding the Earth. We don't. The tides don't go. The tide doesn't go in and out. We rotate through the tides. So as the moon is rotating, when it's in line with the sun, that's when you have a neap tide. But generally, you're gonna have two bulges of water, and as we rotate through that, that's where the tides are coming from. Eventually, the moon is slowly taking away Earth's angular momentum, so it is slowing down Earth's rotation. Eventually, the moon and Earth will be in a double tidal lock, and it's one of those things where it's as small as it may seem. The moon will be slowing us down in probably. Actually, the sun will probably expand outwards before that actually happens, but the way how it works, that's how it's going to go. Let's just send the moon out of our gravitational pull. We need the moon. We need that. That is responsible for a fair portion of our tides. If the moon were to stop, we would obviously lose our tides. Oh, what was that? 9 messages. Who got deleted? Sorry, Tavarian. I thought I turned down the things. It was the does standing on the moon move the gravity? In that regard, I'm not sure. In a way, if you were to spin, and this is like a little totally off from your question, but you spin counter to Earth's rotation. Gravitationally, you're stealing a little bit of Earth's angular momentum. Nothing that would be significant, but it's just the or how do you stand on the moon if you're not being pulled into its gravitational pull? The moon does have gravity. It's a very low gravity. I think it's about what is it, 1/8 of Earth's gravity? Anything, even if gravity can be a little of a fickle thing. I'm still I'm pulling out some facts that have kind of been thrown out, basically sometimes from Neil deGrasse Tyson. Spacecrafts, as they orbit planets to kind of gain momentum, if you're not going to spend your amount of fuel, you're going to want to use another planet's gravity to shoot the to use that gravity boost to send a probe or a satellite something a little farther than the fuel reserves. You're going to slowly kind of steal little angular momentum from that planet. It's nothing significant. Mathematically, it comes out of there, but because it's so tiny and so small, there is tiny quantum effects. It gets kind of mind bending going into those tiny numbers that can somehow seem significant. So what's it? The biggest event would have been the asteroid that landed in the Yucatan Peninsula, or was now the Yucatan Peninsula. I'd be interested to see exactly what changed. I mean, even when there was an earthquake, was it about a decade ago, that kind of caused that tsunami? Or was it? Anyway, it did muck up with, it did shift things a tiny fraction. I see a picture of the thing you just said. The where the asteroid hit for the dinosaurs. That is called the Chicxulub crater. It is. It's not one of those craters that's readily visible. That's a artist's reconstruction of the crater. Let's see if I have a map of. I don't want to have to go to Wikipedia, but it's just going to be the quick. There, so in the Yucatan Peninsula area, from studies, from measurements, that's where the it was 65 million years ago. So with plate tectonics and the movement. It's only until they do like some more imaging that you're actually going to be able to start to see any of the where the crater could have been. Whereas something like meteor crater in in the States. It was only part of the Earth. How did they die? Yeah, it was the blast wave. It was the just the impact, a trillion-ton asteroid hitting the Earth, and the a good example is if you drop a marble into flour, you can just see how the how the flour kind of goes up and out, and you get an idea of how this ejecta, all this matter, the rocks and vaporized water and everything else that happens when a meteor hits, that it circles the Earth, hundreds of times over. So, it's obviously that is an extinction level event, and we've had in other times when smaller meteors have hit and they've left a much larger, well, not much larger, sorry, so they've left large craters. They don't have to be very big. Temperature change. Vigio James, how are you? How you doing tonight? Yes, the temperature change from essentially like a nuclear winter, where the sun isn't going to be getting through that layer of sulfur and ash. It takes a long time for things like that to settle. What says it won't happen again? It's highly likely that with in the odds kind of decrease all the time, but that's why there are programs that are tracking asteroids. They're tracking large objects in space. However, there are some small that just don't get noticed, like the Chelyabinsk meteor that fell in Russia back in was it 2012? It was a small thing. It is most likely that it'll happen again. More like when it will happen again. That's right. Jupiter does a good job of ushering around the asteroids. But yeah, it's one of those things that is just inevitable that something can hit or will hit. Sorry. Why did it happen? Why wouldn't it do that again? It's just the chance trajectory on everything else, because it can be a small movement somewhere else in space. Some little a large asteroid kind of goes by and changes the orbits or the trajectory of another body in the solar system. It's just one of those chance encounters where it's going to happen. Hopefully that things kind of progress where maybe there can be some sort of avoidance or some sort of something else. But any chance of something like that happening, in our lifetime is incredibly slim. You should load up Microsoft Whiteboard or something to show pictures when there's a question. That is a good idea. I do like that idea. I will look into that. Yeah, no, it's. I think that's a cool idea. I might look to add that in. Thank you. Appreciate that. Because yes, me doing this isn't drawing quite the picture. So I'll look into Whiteboard because that might help things along there. To explain gravity, I could not explain gravity right now. Maybe the idea of a gravity well. Viewer James, I'm good. Jumped over from a Gale level stream review. I'm interested in a little about astrophotography. Hey, thank you very much for popping in there. Appreciate that. I was, yeah, that was just a chance encounter of jumping in on Gale's stream there. So glad to see more people have been popping over from that night. That was just last night. Yeah, so we were. We were doing some images of the moon tonight because that was largely dominating the sky. Took a couple images of some nebulae, and yeah, unfortunately now we are clouded out, as we can see on the scope cam. So I'm gonna have to cover the scope up shortly so that it doesn't we don't get too much condensation building up on there. But that was one of our images from early on in the evening. That was the Wizard Nebula, and it's also known as the Golden Snitch. So yeah, asteroid hunters, they're doing some really cool stuff as well. Just kind of locating asteroids and cataloging them, because there's a lot up there, and it's the efforts of a lot of other people who are. It's a large team of professional astronomers and amateur astronomers who are doing a lot of good observations. I am taking pretty pictures. I'm not at that level of doing like scientific research, but I'm here to show you guys the beauty of things. All right, gonna head off for the night. Thanks for the stream. See you again soon. Kevlar, thank you very much for joining in. Thank you very much for subscribing to the channel and getting that founder's badge. I appreciate that very much for the contribution there. We will see you soon, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you again there. Thank you very much, man. So scientists have a good understanding how we store thoughts, but don't know how we can retrieve thoughts from years ago. Neuroscience is way out of my area of expertise, that's for sure. It's yeah, that to me is that's beyond my field of expertise. And even astronomy isn't exactly what I would call my field of expertise. It's just kind of something that I've loved for so long, and just trying to learn as much as I can about it to share with you guys and get some fairly concise answers on there. Can you see stuff like this watching with the naked eye? Or with the telescope with no electronics or software? Something like this, the Wizard Nebula. Unfortunately, no, you wouldn't be able to see something like this. It would need a longer exposure. Something like, okay, I was just going to say the Orion Nebula. Thanks, Third Rock. If you're looking at the Orion constellation, you can see the Orion Nebula with your naked eye. I mean, you can see it's light. So when you are looking at the night sky and the Orion constellation, depending where you are on Earth, it's either going to be right side up or upside down, depending on, you know, to Australians, this is upside down. But yes, you got the 3 stars of Orion, and there'll be a little faint smudgy bit, and that's going to be this area of nebulosity of the Orion Nebula that you'll be able to see. You'll be able to pick that out with the naked eye. Sorry, pick that out with the naked eye. Yeah, so that's one of the ones you can see. I mean, globular clusters are going to be some faint fuzzies that you can kind of make out with a pair of binoculars. Let's fast forward time a bit there. So yeah, something like this, this star cluster, they kind of show up as like some faint kind of fuzzy objects in the, rather than a point of light in binoculars or a telescope. So that's something else that you can kind of see there. But a lot of the nebulae are very faint and very diffuse, that you need these long exposures to see these. Go in creative mode and explore the universe. This does not have that that option. It's more of a planetarium software. And it's you know, I was in a high light pollution area myself, and it wasn't until I moved to the UK that I was actually seeing like the entire Orion constellation as well. So I really thought it was, to me, what I could see from my area. Let me turn off the, you know, was the star Betelgeuse or Betelgeuse, depending on what you want to pronounce it. Alnitak, Alnilam, Mintaka, the 3 stars of Orion's belt, and Rigel. That was basically what I thought consisted of the Orion constellation, with those 5 points of light. Hyper, you're in China. Or is it just a comment? Oh, it's just a comment of China. Okay. Yeah, obviously, the denser populated areas with a lot more city lights is definitely going to drown out the night sky, unfortunately. You know, I'm far enough away from London that it doesn't, that kind of light dome wouldn't affect me. Don't they turn off the street lights there too? Yes, at 1 in the morning, they do. The street lights do turn off in my area, so that is a big help. And it'll go from 1 in the morning till 5 in the morning. That they leave those off there, and it greatly improves the images in that time frame. So, you know, with clouds notwithstanding, it's well, depending on how long we kind of go for, we might see the area get a little dimmer there. Would you go to space? I like the concept of it. However, the dangers of getting there is it kind of outweighs things on that there. You'd go to space and risk your life for the experience. I mean, there are some people that's what they want to do. I am content staying on the ground and fighting the clouds to take those opportunities to image the night sky as often as possible. We have light pollution too where I'm at. Wanted to go out to the desert somewhere to see the Milky Way. I would definitely want to be able to see the Milky Way. I haven't been I've been in some dark sky areas. However, there was clouds. It was just one of the chance opportunities to be visiting an observatory in Scotland, and It was during the Perseid meteor shower, and we saw maybe two meteors, and that was just kind of between the clouds, kind of rolling over there. So didn't have a chance to try and observe the Milky Way, but yeah, being able to make sure the weather is going to be favorable to check that out would be a pretty good opportunity. Space, sign me up. I want to image the Earth from Mars. If I died going to space, it would be all right as long as I got to experience landing on Mars in some way, shape, or form. Fair enough. I guess to see the Milky Way from without the impedance of our atmosphere would have to be an incredible view as well. What's the best simulator for space? I would hazard to say Space Engine. There are free versions. There's a paid version on Steam. There's also Universe Sandbox, which I've seen is pretty incredible. And Universe Sandbox is more of a kind of a simulating game to a degree, whereas Space Engine, you're just touring the universe. So depending on what you want to do, if you want to manipulate things, Universe Sandbox. If you want to take a look at the universe, Space Engine. As far as frying your computer, I'm not sure. You have to check out what the specs are. I mean, they can be fairly large files. However, they can, depending on your computer. I mean, you have to check out the specs on their sites there. The free version for Space Engine, if you I think if you just Google that for their website, if you just search for your Space Engine, and that is version 0.980. Just sit and have a beer, enjoying the Earth from the moon would be awesome. I think there's a background. It's like a background I've seen. Yeah, we've seen those wallpapers. About $2,000 computer. Well, hopefully that has all the components that you need. That should run just fine. And even now, a lot of I think you should be fine with an i9. If everything else is going to hold up with that, with those specs, then something like Space Engine or Universe Sandbox should be all right. So let's. I'm going to go back to a couple of images that we've taken in the past. There, just to kind of to show you guys what we've imaged in the past, so you're not. You don't feel like you've missed out on things for kind of popping in a little later on the stream there. But this was our, I'll show you our nearest galactic neighbor, which is the Andromeda Galaxy. And that is 2.5 million light years away. We're zoomed in fairly close to this area. It's a much larger galaxy in the night sky. It covers about 6 full moons across. I haven't seen it myself from a dark sky site, but you can see it as a faint fuzzy in the night sky. And let me kind of pull up an image of Andromeda so you can see exactly what focal length we're at. What's in that galaxy? In that galaxy are stars like our sun, other stars like in our galaxy. It's an entirely different island compared to us. There could be. We don't know. We are seeing this galaxy as it was 2.5 million years ago. So at the speed of light, traveling at 299, oh God. Right. As fast as the speed of light goes, 299,792,458 meters per second. It takes a long time for light to travel from that end of the universe to our eyes. Big Bang was responsible for the entire universe that we live in. All these galaxies that we see, that we have in the night sky, are just other areas of stars that have formed around their own center of gravity, or their own stellar mass black hole, or supermassive black hole, sorry. So much like our galaxy, we've formed around a black hole, Sagittarius A star, that the Andromeda galaxy is going to have its own black hole at the center. It's going to have its own set of stars. All this white area is just densely packed stars in that galaxy. All these dark areas are you have more molecular dust and gas in that section there, and this is kind of blocking some of the starlight coming from those areas. The whole universe of X infinite galaxies. When I don't know if I launch Space Engine, how much it'll slow things down. I may have to change things up there. So as soon as you kind of get out beyond the Milky Way, any other point of light that is kind of seen is an entire galaxy itself. So we have, this is Andromeda, that's our one of our nearest neighbors. It's the larger galaxies. We also have, this is M33, the Triangulum galaxy, and that is our other neighbor. So between Andromeda, us, and the Triangulum galaxy, we're all gravitationally bound together. So this is this is the Triangulum galaxy. It's our other nearest neighbor. It's much closer to Andromeda. Those two are closer neighbors, but the three of us eventually will have a meeting in a few billion years, and we'll form one singular galaxy over the next few billion years. Oop, what was that? So, the what you're talking about there, the Hubble Deep Field. In this image, we have nearly 10,000 galaxies in this one image from the Hubble telescope. Basically every point of light that we're looking at here is another Milky Way galaxy. Unfortunately, no, that is not big fake. That is incredibly real. That is an image, that is a small area of the night sky that our Hubble Space Telescope shot, and we're capturing some very, very distant galaxies. You know, to others, we're the aliens. You know, it is there's all sorts of. All right. Um, hey, Paul Rowe. Apparently, it's still um, Stream Elements is still muting something. I gotta check what those settings are. Damn bot. Um, uh, that is entirely factual. You just say that space is, well, the Earth, well, you got the Earth is round part, right? Um, monkeys are aliens to other galaxies. Everything that's terrestrial, everything that's on Earth, is going to be an alien to anything else. Everything like that. That's true. Sharks don't know that camels exist, which is kind of weird. But yeah, it can be um, mind-boggling, mind-warping, little brain wrinkles sometimes when we're looking at space, because we can't really fathom these distances, these um, um, the scale of things. We're used to miles and feet and not much else like that. Once you start getting to distances that are farther than like our moon, even, it's to see objects on the moon and realize that those are actually massive craters that are bigger than a city, and they look really tiny to us. We have no point of no scale reference. So yeah, the Hubble is in space. That is largely in part for where we have these space telescopes, because our Earth's atmosphere is it impedes the shots, the images that we take. Whereas when you're in space, you don't have an atmosphere to be shooting through. You may have to deal with some more radiation, cosmic rays that are kind of going through your image, but light pollution is, unless you're shooting towards the sun, yeah, there's not going to be any big issue with that there. Super hyped for the James Webb Space Telescope. So yes, also FYI, every time we mention the James Webb Space Telescope, it gets delayed by 20 minutes and adds another $1 million to its budget. So maybe if you just, we'll shorten it to JWST, so it's only delayed by 10 minutes, and $500,000 is added to the budget. Even in recent years, the discovery of planets in our galaxy alone, the roughly 100 billion planets, even at a 1% chance of life besides us, that's 10 million that is statistically impossible for us to be alone, and yet we can't prove it. That's true. It's that thing that as fast as the speed of light is, it's incredibly slow in a galactic sense, in a universal sense, because everything we're seeing out there is in the past. So, as we can see Andromeda, we can see the Andromeda galaxy, but it's 2.5 million years ago that we're seeing this image. When you're looking at the moon, you're seeing the moon as it was 1 second ago. Sunlight takes 8 minutes, traveling 93 million miles away. It takes 8 minutes from that sunlight to reach us. No. We do not want to think about that for JWST. I'm half tempted to delete that comment on the bad juju alone. Third Rock, you're a big alien conspiracy theorist. Doesn't always work well with astronomy and astrophotography. I mean, it's one of those things that like all these like 10,000 galaxies and billions of stars in each one of those galaxies. You know, it's tough to imagine that we're the only ones out here, you know? And it's, you know, it can seem like an awful waste of space, really, if it's just us. What is a nebula? A nebula is it's a large area of gas and dust, usually being formed by young stars being born in an area, or kind of like areas of hydrogen that are being illuminated by areas of from like young stars. We have many nebulae that we shoot. It's one of the more interesting objects to kind of be looking at in the night sky. I hate this bot too. Hang on, let me see what I can do to change that, because, you know, nobody's doing anything malicious here. We're just having some fun. Let me you know, switch over to one of our earlier nebulae that we've shot there. We'll let's go with the I love this one, the Rosette Nebula. We'll leave that one for a second. Now, keeping in mind for for scale, from here to here, this void area is about 30 light years across. You know, our nearest star is 4 light years away, so this is about 7 times larger than, you know, the distance between us and our nearest star. So this is a nebulous region caused by, you get a lot of star formation in here. So let me fix the bot for a moment here, because it's you shouldn't be deleting these messages so vigorously. And Nebula was a game, the old Amiga, but it was called Nebulous. How can we see that? That is, that's because we have the camera that we're, that link looks bad, but it's just a picture of a bunch of galaxies. All right, I'll check that out in a hot second. So yeah, the area that we're looking at right now is the Rosette Nebula. This is a zoomed in portion of this nebula that we've shot there. But it is because we have the astronomy dedicated camera that's exposing for 10 minutes. And it's collecting all this light that's coming through there. Light that's usually going to be, that we're not going to be able to pick out with our eyes, because they're incredibly inefficient devices to be looking at the night sky with, you know, unassisted. But it's the filter that's being used is filtering out a lot of the light pollution that's in the area. Where are my bot settings? Is it in spam? Characters, let's go X40. Okay, forget it. I'm going to turn off caps protection for a bit. Not to say that you're going to be spamming with caps, but there we go. Yeah, the colors are determined. It depends on what, like I said, what Third Rock said there. It depends on the filters that you use. It's going to pick out different wavelengths on the visible spectrum, and when you're shooting in a narrow band, you are picking out. You know, we have our wide visible spectrum, but with the narrow band filters, we are picking out tiny little areas. And usually, a lot of the areas of nebulosity are going to be high in hydrogen. In the hydrogen gas, which is you're going to get that in the red end, and some of the hydrogen beta in the blue end of the spectrum there. So we're using a one-shot color camera. So we're getting all three colors coming through at once, so that we're able to kick out these images as quickly as possible. Pardon me. Usually with astrophotography, shooting with a monochrome camera is going to give you more detail, because every bit of light that comes through, every photon that's recorded is going to be recorded on that sensor. And this is where the whiteboard will actually come in handy. So you're going to collect all that light, you're going to get more detail. Whereas with a one-shot color camera, much like your DSLR, we have a Bayer matrix that sorts out the light coming through there, and you have the red, green, and blue. So what's kind of coming through here is a representation of what's the red light coming through, what red pixels are being registered there. And because this region is higher in hydrogen, it's going to show up red. You know, and there's more chemical compositions that we're picking up in here, but it's you know, it's these large, bright, nebulous regions that are really nice to capture on here. The bubble nebula is a good example. Right, just catching up with things on here. So yeah, what Third Rock is saying about the Hubble palette example. Is using like the modified color, so you're highlighting different areas of the sky. If Einstein would be mentally in 2040 if he was alive now. He's definitely, he had a lot of good contribution with general relativity and a lot more detailed astrophysics theories that are still kind of beyond my comprehension. Yeah, because each chemical is going to, the chemical areas are going to emit at a different wavelength. So depending on what you do, if we're for emission nebulae, we you know, that's what's going to kind of be brighter. Well, it depends on the filter that we're using. But we're mainly going after emission nebulae with this filter, because if you're doing a reflection nebula where the starlight is kind of just being, in its name, reflected off the dust in the air, the gas and dust in the area, then it doesn't show up well with this kind of filter that we're using. So that's it. Yeah, for a black hole, yeah, like I said, it's not the hole itself. We are seeing that accretion disk of all the matter that's around the black hole. Yeah, so when they're looking at that picture that we had of the black hole, I did watch a few lectures that they had on there, and just how they kind of got to the resolution of that image, where they were sure that that was the interpolation of the data was actually correct, because what I saw was they had a snowman. It was an image of a snowman is what they kind of used as a control to see what data sets would kind of punch out the closest image to that there. So they made sure that those processes used were going to work with the data that was shot from around the world on the target there to give us the most accurate picture that we had. So this was our that was the image of the black hole. That was that 5 petabytes of information used to get that going. Hey, Astrophotography, Ruzine, how you doing, man? How's it going? We've been clouded out. What scope side? It was the Event Horizon Telescope, and that was it's an international collaboration, and that was there's many telescopes that were involved in bringing this image together there. So it was I think for some people, when they saw it, it was a little underwhelming. Yeah, so they combined images. There was telescopes in all areas of the world, so there would be some gaps in the information. So the whole process that was used was used to kind of was made to bring this image together, and form the most this image that we have of a black hole. So because the accretion disk is rotating around, and this is where a lot of the matter, the hotter areas that are kind of gathering in there. So that is the event horizon. Yeah, to be fair, what what we've what was shot is infrascoping. Yeah, there was, what was the term? I think it might be on this article there. So it's a combined, yeah, it's a bunch of pictures that are combined, which separately wouldn't mean anything. You wouldn't get the right resolution, because this whole image was basically less than a pixel on the in the scale of what they were looking at there. So to be to following the evidence and following the process that was used, that they were able to come up with that information there. So it's one of those areas. While this galaxy M87 is much farther away, it's people would want to say, why didn't we image our black hole? It's because there's a lot more debris, a lot more stars, a lot more dust in the way of our black hole, whereas this one is basically face on, so you can kind of look. We're looking down to the top of the galaxy there. So, clouded out, tinkering with new equipment, getting grips with the ASI Air Pro. I saw that you had some new toys in there. That's that is cool. I was lamenting earlier about whether or not I'd want to have the ASI Air Pro or not. Um, you know, it's I think just for the Wi-Fi, for having to attach another adapter on there is something that I think ZWO would need to look at for their next iteration to make sure that that Wi-Fi signal is strong enough. So yeah, it's yeah, we're clouded out. We're doing what we can to get some images of the night sky. Like I said, we're just kind of looking back on a few images that we've shot recently. It has the 2.4 gigahertz and a 5 gigahertz band for lower range, but slower and shorter for range for quicker. Yeah, I think what's on? I think I'm on the 2.4 gigahertz on here. Oh, wrong one. This is our last image of the night before the clouds kind of, well, as the clouds are rolling in, getting washed out by the moonlight. So that was M82 with the ASI 533, 10-minute exposure. I was really happy with how that turned out, just being able to get some of that in there. When will the next Einstein be born? Who knows? Could already be born. Could be you. We don't know. Could be me. It's probably not me. Not Einstein, you silly goose. Well, you know, you never know. You could be you could be holding back. Oh boy. What are we at? We are at 1:45 in the morning. Now, if we're paying attention, we might be able to see these streetlights turn off. Although it doesn't, it won't mean squat at the moment. We're clouded out. Can you recommend any telescopes under 300 for looking at planets? $300, pounds, lira, wampum. I was thinking about getting a Celestron from Amazon, but reviews are mixed and I don't want to get burned. Dollars. Third Rock may have some insight on that as well. For me, what did I got a used go-to telescope for 250 pounds, and that was the Celestron 120. Sorry. The Celestron, I can speak, it's not that late. Celestron Nexstar 127 SLT. And for me, that worked out really well. That was, it was a used scope, but it was still in great condition. And it was, yeah, it served me well. It got me some pretty interesting images and some good views. It was great for the moon, fantastic for the moon. So yeah, something like a small go-to scope would be a good start on things there. Now this version may not be available. There'd be an upgraded Wi-Fi version, I think. Right, we'll start with this link for you there. I mean, it might come up as the we'll see where it redirects you to, but something like that can be relatively affordable. Interferometry coherently combine waves from separate telescopes to reach a resolution equivalent to the largest target separation. I don't know if it does sound like it would work for visual as well. I mean, we're inferring exactly what the data is sending back there, right? So they're optical interferometers. There we go. We got there. Yeah, just what was kind of combined for that scope, or the Event Horizon telescope was a crazy endeavor. Just listening to some of the lectures that were given about that, and just seeing how they kind of came to that conclusion, to making sure that yes, that was every bit of data that came through, and everybody who processed the information came up with the, basically that layout. Yeah, you pay $315 for it, but our eyes are even better. The further away, the more you can see. I gotta say, I don't know about your eyes. I don't know what crazy technology you've been dabbling in. However, our meat cameras are incredibly inefficient for viewing, and we need you definitely need those bigger telescopes to be able to see those views. Something like some of the smaller galaxies, we wouldn't be able to pick it out maybe more than a brief little smudge in the lens there. Every time I watch your stream, I have no idea what you're saying because I'm dumb and it's fun. Oh, come on, don't say it. You're dumb. I give you more credit for you're asking some good questions. How about that? I appreciate all the questions that are coming in there for sure, because it's just, and if something isn't well explained, then I need to just take a little more time to explain. And I do like the idea about that whiteboard, and I will look to your super eyes. Narrowband filters. Yes, that whiteboard idea I think that might be a nice addition to things. So that might be, I'll look into incorporating that for sure, so I can better illustrate things than using my hands and describing what's going on. Exactly, yes. Asking the questions, that's what we want to hear, because there's more than just me answering these questions. And I appreciate you guys for chiming in there, because it's not just overall, it's not just my stream, it's everyone else who's joining in on here. So yeah, I appreciate that. And that's what I want to foster, is that I will do what I can to answer all the questions in the chat. I'll definitely want to read you guys. I don't want to ignore anybody who's in here. And if for some reason I've missed a question, highlight it. We have the options for our photons for your channel points. Highlight that message. Let me make sure that I'm seeing that there. Because yeah, it is no intention that I'm missing anything that's going on in the chat there. Sometimes it gets wonderfully busy. I appreciate that. I love it. Yeah, so I don't really want to be missing anything. I'm not wouldn't intentionally snub someone. If I'm snubbing you, you've been blocked. And that only happens to bots, thankfully. In fact, everybody who's come in here has been a good sport about things. And yeah, definitely asking the questions is it's just our way is we'll gain a better understanding of the night sky. I don't have all the answers. I definitely don't have all the answers, that's for sure. But what I do know and what I do pick up, I do want to be able to relay this information to you guys in the most efficient way as possible and as accurate as possible. And if I don't know it, then I'm going to tell you. I don't want to steer you in the wrong direction at all. Yeah, I'm I've been doing astrophotography for about 4 years now. Always had an interest in astronomy, and and at the same time I started astrophotography, I started researching and trying to learn as much astronomy independently as possible. I mean, here's my resource, a self-teaching guide for astronomy. You know, it's the 8th edition, so obviously they're doing something right. But that's, you know, what I'm using. It's not my. It's, you know, it's kind of one of my main sources. And kind of any other reputable areas is what I use. So I'll try to bring you guys as much information there. Thinking of a Newtonian for the portability. The Dobbs are super huge, right? Dobbs are super huge. However, they're great light buckets. They're going to collect they're going to have a wider aperture. They're cheaper. Or so the price point is a little more affordable. But they are Dobbs are all going to be manual. So you're going to have to, any object that you're looking in the night sky, depending on the focal length, you're really going to have to, you know, you're going to have to track it manually, essentially. Newtonians are good as well. Again, the price point is there, but essentially you're still getting the size. Like, they're going to be much larger scopes because they have a larger primary mirror in the back. Just noticed that you're using an ASI Air Pro on your PC. Yes, I am. I'm using BlueStacks. It's a free program, works out really well. Just basically use it as a sign into your Google account through it. Yeah, it does the trick. So I just have just a couple things on here right now. But it only works, you basically have to turn your Wi-Fi, you have to connect directly to the Wi-Fi on the ASI Air. And if you want to use your internet, then you have to plug in your Ethernet into your laptop there, and then that way you're off to the races. So yeah, hopefully, yeah, it would make my life a lot easier when it comes to showing the ASI Air Pro when I get to reviewing it. Yeah, I think that's. I tried many iterations to be able to display it on screen. I tried mirroring my tablet, which, because of for some reason its model, I can't remember which one it was. It's a Huawei, and I didn't go for a Galaxy tablet because those are hella expensive, and this was on offer, and I could pay for it in installments on Amazon. So I went with that. It worked out pretty well. I could not mirror it for the life of me, whatever the operating system on here didn't want to play. I tried using TeamViewer, and that worked with mild success. However, it kept disconnecting. That was no good. And basically, remembering I had BlueStacks and gave that a shot, and yeah, it works out well. What do we got? What do we got going on? We're talking about telescopes. So we're looking at what Vigo James would want to get. I mean, yeah, if you're dropping a lot of money on this right off the bat can be a little difficult. I mean, I know what I wanted to get into. The budget didn't allow for it, so I kind of started small, using what I could. I had a free DSLR. It was one of my parents' old cameras that they weren't using anymore, so I just gave it a shot with that. And it just kind of eventually tested the waters as things progressed, just to make sure that I was going in the right direction there. I think if you're going to try to image the night sky using a star tracker with a DSLR on there can be a cost-effective measure. However, I grew, for what I wanted to do, I grew quickly out of the Star Adventure, unfortunately. You know, it was fun for what I wanted to do, but I wanted, you know, a little more to kind of come out of what was on, what I had for options here. And yeah, a lot of the telescopes can get up there in money, but they also don't have to be incredibly expensive either. It just depends on what you want to have, what your goals are for everything. All right, you're looking at the 1 meter. Oh, it's taking forever to load on here. How am I getting drop frames? Oh, that's nothing. That's all right. We'll go halvesies on it. How about that? Yeah, mere pocket change. That's it. Yeah, see if we'll send one over to to review. That'll be all right. Don't understand how that works. How the telescope works, or what is it? Because with things like God, I'm not even familiar with something. Let's see. Let's click on the other image there. Yeah, it's that'd be 1 meter across. Right? Yeah. You know, it's a... Yeah, we need a banana for scale on here. That would be a little helpful. I mean, similar to how, just in a basic way, how my scope is set up, I do have a primary mirror, much like that, which all the light gets focused back up to the top, and then it goes back into the, down the tube into the imaging camera. And the less elements that you can have in a scope, you're just going to allow for better light transmission, and you want to have a large scope to get your to get as much light gathering capabilities as possible. Then I'll have to get a 3-phase box installed. Your 400 volt train, so I'm sure I just fit it myself. There you go. You're saving money right there with that. That's it. That is your money saving job right there. Job done. I mean, you say that, but when you start to for a 3.2 feet in diameter, you know, it's going to start getting. We start getting large there. There you go. Thank work for getting you trained up on that. There you go. You're saving money right there. That's all good. Yeah, definitely for a scope like that, like you said, Third Rock, that is you're doing science with that one. Where for what we're using, this isn't. This is some outreach that we're doing with this scope here. We're taking pretty pictures. It's the biggest scope that I've used. It's probably the biggest scope that I will use because it's just, you know, budget money, and it's for what I want to shoot and what I want to show you guys. This is perfect. I would think of just changing up getting another refractor with a little larger aperture. As well, I do like my little 72 ED. I like to change things up a bit. Don't use that dirty word, but don't use the B word. It's meant to be a wholesome stream. Budget brings. That's it. No, we'll keep our heads in the clouds. That's or beyond the clouds. We'll keep that there. Stonks. That's what we need. Unlimited stonks, unlimited monies, and we are happy campers. Yeah, what we do is take pretty pictures as. So you want to get one for science purposes, but you're also getting ready to go back to college for a BA in astronomy and planetary science. That's awesome. I do as well want to try and get a little more educated with astronomy and possibly going into looking for an astronomy course that will work out for me as well. You know, I've done my BA in graphic design, so I can charge the big bucks for people who want work done and back it up with a pretty piece of paper. But also to solidify, my knowledge base, I think some formal education would be nice to do. I'll use my Iranian influence to get some oil rigs. Perfect. We will support you on that endeavor in any way, shape, or form, and siphon money off you for large telescopes. We'll have a giant observatory with many telescopes available, doing all sorts of imaging and slapping it together all at once. We'll multiple focal lengths. We'll just stack that up, and we'll see what comes out the other end. All right, the clouds are not doing anything much. It is weird. I gotta say, it's actually weird seeing the clouds coming from the east. Usually don't see that. But I think it's probably time to cover up the scope, and we'll see that things are gonna wrap up for the evening there. It's these 6-hour streams have become commonplace recently, and I'm not fussed with that at all. It doesn't feel like 6 hours has gone by. And I do appreciate you guys coming in. I can't thank you guys enough for joining the observatory, for joining me on this adventure. Like I said before, 2 months ago, I had no idea where this was going to be going. I'm happy to see all these questions coming in. The more curiosity being piqued about astronomy and astrophotography. It's refreshing to see that we all have our heads up beyond the clouds. And if it's something that I can do to kind of take your mind off of things that might be going on, I'm very happy to do that, to provide that little bit of an escape for you guys to wonder a little more deeply about what's out there. I try not to always wax philosophical about things, and usually when I am looking outside and wondering about these vast distances and these large structures out there in the universe, it does my head in sometimes, and I have a bit of an existential crisis. But seeing these images kind of coming through the scope on the other end of things, and just realizing that these are galaxies just like ours, with who knows what in them. You know, it's just just crazy seeing what comes out there. That turned out really well. I like this cigar galaxy. It's probably going to be, if things work out for the night sky, it's either going to be this or Bode's Nebula that I will do a longer exposure on to do some processing. For now, it's still on tap for the next rainy day astronomy. I will be processing the image of the Wizard Nebula, which we did shoot that earlier on in the night. So that was our single exposure of the Wizard Nebula, and I do have 3.5 hours worth of exposures on there, and we'll process that at some point, depending on how the how the weather goes, how things will progress. Tomorrow night, I don't believe there's going to be a stream for astronomy. I did recently start playing Kerbal Space Program, and I have lost 2 Kerbins so far in training. So it's been fun doing that, trying to keep any games going on here as as kind of science astronomy based as possible. Only 2. That's. I almost made it into orbit in my first go. It wasn't too bad. I managed to send my Kerbin into orbit. I just had them walk outside of the rocket while it was launching, and they were stuck in space. I managed to land my rocket safely, and then somehow still managed to blow it up. Playing Kerbal Space Program. It was on sale on Steam. I couldn't resist it. It was only 20 quid. So that's it. Yes. Also, I did see that there is the new prison level is in Phasmophobia, so I might even play that tomorrow night. Just kind of keeping things largely astronomy based on this channel. However, I'll deviate from things and we'll just have a little fun. And if you want to come and join in for the fun with that, we will do so. I think I will be passing you guys along. We'll keep the astronomy going and go over to EJSA. And I've really come to enjoy his stream. It's incredibly popular. He's got a fantastic following there. Scott Manley does some good guides on getting good at KSP. I'll definitely be checking those out. Just kind of been running through the the tutorials. Haven't played much since the last time I actually played on stream. So life doesn't suck. It's what you make of it. I took that negative, turned it into positive. That's your injury there. Astrophotography. Began saving astrophotography journey after many years of saving. So being able to share what I do, like I do as well, what is astrophotography. It's what it's all about. Yes, it is. I love the communities that kind of come together for astrophotography and astronomy, because we all have the same common goal. We want to have a better understanding of what's out there, and also look at pretty pictures too. It's nice to look at that as well. And if we can do a good job of explaining what we're looking at, and help you guys get a better understanding of the universe around us, then that's job done. That's we're doing what we can out here, and I appreciate you guys coming in the chat. I thank you guys for the follows. Exactly. The more eyes in the sky, the more we learn and discover. The more we do this, everybody wins. It's there's more to it than just what's under our feet. What we're doing day to day. And I enjoy looking up. I enjoy these images coming through there. It's exciting, not knowing how these images are going to turn out. You know, usually, sometimes they can be good, sometimes they can be bad. You don't know, but we'll roll with it. We'll see what comes out the other end there. So I thank you guys very much. We're going to wrap things up here. I will send you guys over to, let me make doubly sure that EJSJ is streaming, because I've been notoriously crummy at my raids overall. I've sent you guys to people who are hosting. I've sent you guys to people who suddenly go to lunch and take a break. So let's see. Looks like EJ is playing Kerbal Space Program, so have a look at someone who knows what they're doing. EJ is like, cool, we will do that. Let me prepare things here. So yes, we'll get this ready. We'll keep things astronomy centric, and we'll roll you guys over to EJ. Thank you guys very much for joining in on this stream. Astrophotography, Razine, thank you very much for popping in. Third Rock, appreciate all the input and all the questions that you've answered while I've been rambling on about other crazy shit. Hyper, thank you very much for coming in there. Thank you for the questions. You know, it keeps me on my toes, keeps everybody else on their toes, and it just you know, allows us to just to communicate as much as we can about science and astronomy and astrophotography. Vigo James, thank you very much for coming in here. No worries, Third Rock. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And if your scope is up, then that is a totally valid excuse. If you're doing your side of astronomy and astrophotography, that is fantastic. Appreciate it. Appreciate that so much. Appreciate the lurks. To the myriad of people who have followed in the past 48 hours, thank you guys. For those who came in off of Gail Levels site from the other channel from the other day, appreciate you guys popping in on the chat here. You know, the clouds rolled in. We did what we could. We got some images of the moon. Thank you for those who have subscribed, donating the bits. Again, stuff like that's not totally necessary at all. It's much appreciated, but you know, you guys coming in, hanging out is what I enjoy. So I will, let me get on the right screen here. We'll send you guys over to EJSA. We'll get you guys in there, have some fun with him. He's playing Kerbal Space Program. He does a way better job than I do. And yes, we will see you guys next time. Keep an eye on the Discord. Keep an eye on Twitter. That's where I put my main announcements on when I'm going live. And if you're following, you'll get the notification that I'm up. Anytime it's clear, we're going to be imaging the night sky. Those of you who are subscribed, those of you who have the emotes open, exclamation raid is going to throw that up there. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it so much. I'll say it again and again. I have been Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, and we'll catch you next time. Take care.